There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, order. The first time on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Yes. Thank you, House Chairperson. The South African National Space Agency launched South Africa's 24-hour state-of-the-art regional space weather center in Hermanus, Western Cape on Thursday, the 3rd of November. We had the honor of joining the Minister Nzimande and the Department of Science and Innovation at the launch of this International Space Weather Center, which is 1 out of 5 in the world and the only one on the African continent. The Space Weather Center provides an important service to the nation by monitoring the sun and its activity to provide information, early warnings, and forecasts on space weather conditions. This helps us with communication, navigation systems in the defense, aeronautics, navigation, and communication sectors. Transformation and impact remain critical agendas in the national system of innovation. Thus, it is exciting, honorable members, to see this historic development being led by an African woman, Dr. Mpho Chisapungo, and a cohort of space weather forecasters with a 90% representation of young Black women, some coming directly from Hermanus. This illustration of South African excellence was a 107.5 million rand project that was concluded within time and within budget and inclusive of locals from Hermanus. Globally recognized, this space weather center capability has led to the International Civil Aviation Organization selecting SANSA as one of the 2 regional centers to provide space weather services, including solar storm forecasts and warnings to the global aviation sector. Honorable members, we must unequivocally congratulate the DSI and SANSA on the successful implementation of this project. Thank you very much.
The DA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday was Helen Suzman's birthday. In her own words, she hated bullies and she stood for simple justice, equal opportunity, and human rights. In the Democratic Alliance, we tried to live by those words. She would have been horrified by what happened at Fishhook High School last week. Indications are that a so-called diversity consultant acting on the authority of officials, and despite the objections of the school, excluded teachers from a meeting venue and then subjected learners to a program of racial stereotyping and demonization. This abuse happened in the name of diversity and inclusion, but as could be expected, only led to misery and discord. It's difficult to imagine a worse way of cultivating mutual respect and cooperation in a diverse environment. The DA welcomes the decision of the Western Cape Minister of Education, David Maynier, to stop what was happening at the school. It should never have happened, as he has said, and it must never happen again, certainly not where children are entrusted to the care of schools or the state. We must stand up to the bullies at Fishhook and elsewhere, the people whose hateful identitarian ideology denies the uniqueness and the value of the individual, as well as their right to freedom of religion and association. We cannot enable so-called consultants to impose an ideology on our schools that seeks to divide learners based on race, tolerates no alternative argument, and that has already caused so much destruction in other institutions. Thank you.
The EF Mutusi, Raymond Twedi, Ako mute, Henry. Thank you. The EFF?
No, thank you very much, House Chairperson. Last week, the Constitutional Court ruled that the Copyright Amendment Bill in its current form is unconstitutional. The Constitutional Court was dealing specifically with the Section 19D. Section 19D deals with people living with disabilities, and in its current form, only contains what can be described as cosmetic improvements. The EFF was clear to reject the bill because we held an endless consultative meetings with artists and practitioners in the creative sector. And the whole attempt to respond to some constitutional issues raised is questionable because the elephant in the room remains untouched. The question is, will the amendments give back practitioners in the creative sector right to ownership and sustainable livelihood from their sweat and tears? And the simple answer to this question is no. We know that we are legislatures and it is our responsibility to make legislation. However, we need to seriously talk about why some people in the Department of Trade Industry are hell-bent on defending the establishment at the expense of practitioners in the creative sector. Why do all ministers who assume the position of Minister of Trade and Industry willing to defend the establishment, to defend Sony, to defend American-based companies that make billions while practitioners are left penniless? While the bill is just a window into the effort to fight to defend the
Thank
establishment,
you.
the people in developability were just collateral in the fight to
Thank
protect
you,
the interests of
Mr.
the worker.
Langa.
you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, the second Presidential Summit on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide was convened at the Gallagher Estate in Midrand from the 1st to 2nd November 2022, under the theme Accountability, Acceleration and Amplification Now. The summit reflected on the work undertaken since the first Presidential Summit on GBVF in November 2018, report on key successes and challenges, and to outline clear strategies on how to overcome such challenges. The summit provided an opportunity for feedback and accountability on issues raised in the last summit, to assess the impact of programs and how to amplify programs that are making a difference. It also offered a platform to measure the impact against expenditure and to prioritize programs that are yielding tangible results. The 2022 summit created a space for delegates to pose some of their questions to a panel of ministers responsible for various portfolios. There was an outpouring of emotions as well as a number of hard truths directed at the panel. President Ramaphosa, in his address to the summit, acknowledged that given the demand for services to address the many different aspects of the fight against GBVF, the funds currently available are inadequate. He committed to in ensuring that resources will be directed to where there is the greater need and where they have the greatest impact. Honorable Chair, we call on all stakeholders to intensify media coverage and emphasize accountability. Thank you.
Let me remind all of us, you have 1.5 minutes to present your statement. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Sihlalo. Njenge-IFP siphoxe sadumala kabi nge-video clip eveza amalungu akhongolose KwaZulu-Natal enza lokhu ubudlabha nokwenyanyekayo. Le clip ibonisa amalungu akhongolose ethatha isikibha se-IFP nesinobo somsunguli wayo uMntwana Mangosuthu Buthelezi besibeka phansi emgwaqeni besigxwagxuba ngeenyawo becela impi. Lesenzo sikakhongolose noma singasethusi siveza iqiniso ukuthi lokhu kwathi inhlo nguye umsusi wezimpi, futhi lesenzo sibonela phansi intando yabantu. Baqinisekisa lokho kushow Anthea Jeffrey encwadini yakhe iPeople's War. Ngakho isidingo samalungu akhongolose ukuthi awakhuza amahlongandlebe ka-ANC KwaZulu-Natal bamukele ukuthi abavoti sebalacazile abangakhiphi isibhongo sabo esikhiphele enkatheni. Siyabonga Sihlalo.
Sithokoze Mhlonishwa. FF+.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the 11th World Down Syndrome Swimming and Autistic Championship will take place in March 2024 in Turkey. The Paralympic Games will also take place in 2024. During his budget speech in 2020, the Honourable Minister Mthethwa invited Down syndrome athletes who hold world records as his guests to be honoured for their remarkable achievements. These very same athletes will not be able to compete in either of these competitions despite their hard work and continuous achievements. due to the non-payment of membership fees to the International Sports Federation for persons with intellectual disabilities by the South African Sport Federation for the Intellectually Impaired, or SASA-II. SASA-II is also suspended from the International Federation due to outstanding debt owed since 2018. This most unfortunate situation has been brought to the attention of the Minister himself numerous times by the Freedom Front Plus, but it seems there exists no political will to enable our outstanding intellectually impaired athletes to represent South Africa at the highest level of international sport. Dit wil voorkom of die minister wil roem op hierdie atlete se prestasies, maar hulle nie wil bystaan om hierdie prestasies te behaal nie. Hy laat inteendeel toe dat die benadeling van hierdie atlete onverstoord voortgaan. Dit is 'n skreiende skande, minister. Dankie, voorsitter.
Baie dankie, agbare lid. ANC,
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC condemns in the strongest possible terms the shameful and irresponsible banning of classroom at the Kanye High School in Edumbe in northern KwaZulu-Natal on Saturday, the 29th of October, 2022. The high school, believed to have been set alight by angry matric pupils after the school management canceled the matric dance, the school suffered partial damage. This is unfortunate, more so when it is done on the eve of the examinations for the learners. The ANC condemns such reckless and criminal behavior of destroying public infrastructure when people have grievances, worse about a matric dance. We call upon the law enforcement agencies to investigate and identify the perpetrators of this criminal act. We also call on communities to ensure schools and other community facilities are protected from thugs, some wearing school uniform, who want to derail the future of the South African children. We are happy that the exams at the schools were not affected by the incident. Education is a societal matter, hence communities themselves must ensure maximum protections of schools. Thanks, House Chair.
thank you. The DA,
Thank you, Chair. Judge Daniel Tulare denied 2 gang leaders bail in the Western Cape High Court on 17 October 2022, citing allegations of involvement of SA Police Service SAPS officers in organized crime and corrupt dealings. The judge made reference as to how the safety of state prosecutors had been compromised and how gangsters moved gear upwards, in his words, to infiltrate the justice system. Notwithstanding good women and men in SAPS, the question this House must ask: has SAPS in the Western Cape been captured by organized criminals? It is for this reason that the Premier of the Western Cape, Premier Alan Winde, has called on the Western Cape SAPS Ombudsman to launch an investigation into the findings made by Judge Tulare. The information available alleges that gangs have penetrated the top levels of SAPS, giving gangs access to crime prevention strategies, placing the anti-gang unit, the whistleblowers, and the general public at risk. While we wait on the President Ramaphosa to hear the call for establishment of a commission of inquiry into the police capture and corruption, which places the lives of all South Africans at risk, we call on the Minister of Police, Bekele, to expedite the internal investigations into Judge Tulare's findings as a matter of urgency. Thank you, Chairperson.
thank you. The UDM? No,
Chairperson, thank you very much. No, I'm here. Chairperson,
Yes.
thank you very much. The United Democratic Movement is concerned with the alarming rate or increase of extortions and kidnapping for ransom cases occurring across the country, especially in the Western Cape. The numerous incidents of extortions, especially in the Western Cape, suggest that this practice has become established and lucrative for criminals. For instance, in areas around Cape Town, criminals are known for targeting businesses for extortion, commonly known as protection fees. Omama abathengisa inyama nabanonostendi babizwa i-600 kwezinye indawo ngenyanga. Nabanye abane-hairdressing saloons, abantu nje abaziphandelayo kule Mpuma Koloni nakwezinye indawo zoMzantsi Afrika.
Babu Kwankwa, Honorable Kwankwa, Honorable Kwankwa,
Kuthathwa imali.
Honorable Kwankwa. Unfortunately, asikuzwa ulahleka ulahleke.
Can you hear
I
me now,
think-
Chair?
Yes, network yakho mhlambe thola indawo but uselelwe i-20 seconds.
15 seconds.
20 sistopile nangisala ukuzwa ukuthi kuyahluleka. Qhubeka baba.
All right, Chair. Thank you very much for that. Ndithi kwi-police stations ezifana naseSamora, amapolisa oyika kanye ezi-criminals azitshixele ebusuku. Bathi abantu xa bezofuna uncedo kuthiwe mababuye ngengomso. Injalo ke kweli Kapa ukuthi amapolisa oyika kwa ezi-criminals. Kuphinde kuthiwe ezinye ziyababhatala ukuze bakwazi ukoleka le mali bengasokoliswa ngamapolisa. Uminister ke ne-department kufuneka bayihoye le nto bayiqwalasele ukuze bangafilwa abantu ngamapolisa na-intelligence. Thank you.
Sithokoze ungasashifti lapho ukhona. ANC.
House
Thank-
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. As the ANC, we welcome the recent unveiling of a one-kind upside-down educational institution in Rustenburg in the Northwest by the Minister of Basic Education. The surprise Shondlane Upside-Down School situated at the 10 Flag Educational Theme Park is said to be the only functional upside-down school in South Africa. And while it will not function as a regular everyday school, it invites educational institutions from all over to bring their learners for an innovative day trip. The upside-down concept was designed to give our children a practical example of thinking outside the box in their daily lives. It is also home to a wealth of activities that teach independent thinking and all-around curiosity, focusing on engineering, science, and information and communication technology. The concept of the center is the brainchild of the theme park CEO and founder, Thapelo Tepe, who discovered on his travels that there are several upside-down houses across the world. This inspired him to incorporate education and functionality in the upside-down concept. The center features upside-down equipments, including musical instruments, projectors, stoves, fridges, microwaves, water ends for boiling water.
Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, on Saturday, I visited the Constitutional Court to meet a group of elderly people who have been sleeping outside in an effort to pressure the state to honor what they regard as their right to reparations for apartheid injustices. Yesterday, the Western Cape High Court reopened the inquest into the death of Imam Haroon, more than 50 years after the apartheid court accepted that he simply fell down the stairs. Last week, the prosecuting authority announced that it had referred 129 unsolved apartheid-era cases for further investigations. While the state claims this shows a commitment to deal with the injustices of our past, it is a false impression. Years after the TRC recommended that 300 apartheid-era cases be investigated, most perpetrators have already died of old age. The Imam is one of 90 activists who died in detention, yet there's not been a single successful prosecution. The President's fund meant to pay reparations to apartheid victims sits with billions of rand in the bank. So why don't we just get over it, as some might say? Because it's important to the integrity and the sustainability of our fragile political transition. It's crucial for the principles of accountability, justice, and peace. The TRC was a process of restorative justice, but justice has been elusive. The state deprioritized prosecutions for the past 20 years, while the President's fund has made limited reparations to victims and has yet to implement a single project. The state is clearly failing the families on whose backs lives and lives
Thank
are.
you, Honorable Heron. Your time is up. Thank you. The ANC.
House Chair, noting that our tourism sector suffered major setbacks during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, we are pleased that a total of 4.35 million two-way passengers passed through Cape Town International Airport domestic terminal in 2022 so far. representing a recovery of 71% for the year to date when compared to the same period in 2019. During the month of September 2022, approximately 486,000 two-way domestic and 152 international travelers passed through CTIA, representing recovery rates of 66% and 81% respectively when compared to the same month in 2019. With top 5 highest year-on-year growth rates in September 2022, we recorded the Table Mountain National Park, Boulders Table Mountain National Park, Cape of Good Hope, Table Mountain Aerial Cableway, Shipwreck Museum, and Neisner National Park. Amongst all participating attractions, Fulgens Roofed River Cruise and Neisner National Park fully recovered and exceeded their September 2019 figures. We also welcome the appointment of the new tourism board on Monday, 31st October 2022, as this will advance the recovery of the tourism sector and impact positively on the ideals of the National Development Plan. Tourism is vital as it creates many jobs and contributes significantly to not only regional economy, but to national economy as well. As we approach the summer holiday season, we can be assured of even more impressive growth in tourism. Thank you, House Chair.
The DA. The DA.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Anthony. The ANC is persisting in pushing the unconstitutional NHI bill through Parliament, despite the High Court finding the Certificate of Needs provision in the National Act unconstitutional in July.
Order, members.
Repeatedly raising this concern in the Parliamentary Committee of Health, including the most recent clause-by-clause deliberations on the NHI bill. The DA can only assume that the ANC is in fact using it as an electioneering tool for 2024 elections, should the High Court finding regarding the CONs be upheld by the Constitutional Court. The ANC would have wasted an enormous amount of time and money on a bill which hinges completely on these CONs and would be unimplementable in its current form. This while there are serious concerns within the public health sector that deserves Parliament's urgent attention. Crumbling infrastructure, outdated and broken equipment, staff shortages, appalling working conditions, and rampant corruption and severe mismanagement have brought the public health care system to its knees. The DA has written to the committee chair and continuously raised the lack of proper oversight on these issues in committee. We've continually advocated for the Minister and his department to account to Parliament and for the committee to invite stakeholders to appraise us of the true conditions on the ground in order to better understand the full picture, and we will continue to do this. All of this, however, has fallen on willfully deaf ears. The ANC members have increasingly been showing their hands. Their mandate, it seems, is not to protect the people of South Africa's right to healthcare, to do everything possible to ensure they receive the best possible care. It is in fact to protect the status quo of a captured state. That's only in the business of funding.
Thank you very much.
Taxes to
The
pockets of
EFF.
cadres and comrades.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we have a serious crisis of indigenous households that are not accessing free basic services like water, electricity, and sanitation. Allow me to put it into a clearer context. The number of indigent households increased from 8.7 million in 2015 to over 10 million in 2021. In 2019, only 2.8 million households were registered in the indigent household databases of municipality. We know that just 1.8 million indigent households were registered to receive free electricity. These are households that are being forced to explore energy methods that are not safe because we have a government that is failing to deliver on constitutional imperative. Why is it that ministers of public enterprise and the Minister of Mineral Resources and Energy are not bothered that there are over 8 million indigent households that do not receive free electricity when they are supposed to receive it? Why is the Minister of COGTA not bothered that majority of municipalities do not either have a policy that is up to date or a database of indigent households? What is even more shocking, Chairperson, is that the Minister of Finance tabled a draft budget adjustment recently, and there is no mention of these indigent households. Municipalities do not have to do anything to raise revenue to deliver free basic services. This is the expenditure that is covered by equitable share budget discretionary grant. If municipalities can come to the National Treasury and Statistics SA and say your numbers of indigent households are too few compared to what is on the ground, there must be a mechanism to deal with such instances.
Thank you, Ms. Madokwe.
It cannot
The
be a
ANC.
formula for one size fits all.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The ANC commends the long-standing public-private partnership between MTN SA and the Department of Social Development as part of skills development, fighting poverty and building a caring society. In a bid to close the digital divide in a rural Mpumalanga community, the MTN SA Foundation has donated a high-tech multimedia center to Mkobotsi village. The 20-seater multimedia center is equipped with desktops, free MTN Wi-Fi connectivity for 24 months, an interactive whiteboard, laser printer, and other necessary hardware and softwares. The MTN SA Foundation will also provide ICT training for staff who would person the center in order to create a seamless experience for visitors and ensure that they can easily access and enjoy the benefits of the technology. Effective public and private partnerships are needed now more than ever to deliver infrastructure and support services to schools and community centers. It is imperative to build an inclusive, informed society that will ensure rural learners and communities benefit from technology, communication services, and the growth opportunities that come along with digital skills and development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Cope. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA's formation of the Western Cape Devolution Working Group to provide for Premier to call provincial referendums can only be termed a serious delusion of lenders. They argue that the devolution will massively improve the lives of all those who live in the province, especially the poor. But we believe that this call is a part of illicit and first step towards Western Cape secessions. If we look at those who participated in these inaugural meetings, it tells another story. One of them, the Agri Forum, has been harshly criticized by the Constitution for advancing exclusive class rooted in racism. The ACDP are openly homophobic and has endorsed audaciously ideas about COVID-19.
Chair, point of order, please. Chair, thing it is, may I ask you to...
Honorable, yes, proceed.
May I ask you to consider the Hansard and...
COVID-19. No, Honorable Peacock, just take your seat. Let me listen to the point of order. Yes, Honorable Swart.
May I ask you to consider whether it is parliamentary for an honorable member to accuse a party which includes its members of being homophobic? Thank you.
Thank you. We will look into that. Proceed, Honorable Peacock.
Thank you. CIP falsely claimed on its website that Section 235 of South Africa Constitution recognizes and guarantees the right of self-determination for recognitions of communities within a territorial entity in the Republic. Section 235, in fact, states that the South African people as a whole enjoy the right to self-determination. We urge the DA to rather focus on serving the neglected poor communities in the Western Cape, level the playing field, and work towards inclusively practicing the benefit of all the people in the province. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes member statement. Do we have hands? Any ministerial responses? Babukai.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have taken note of what the judge has said about the issue of police in the Western Cape, but the judge did not end with the police. He also spoke about the justice system that has been infiltrated, not only the police. We have taken action as the police that the ACU, the IPIT, the Secretariat is looking at, but we believe that other arms and other segments of justice system will be looked at. That's one. The question of the kidnapping, I think the unit in the Western Cape led by General Khan has been doing quite a good job in terms of finding, including Mr. Raj, that has been found after 110 days
found in Khayelitsha who had been kidnapped. But also, there is a special team that is dealing with that here in Western Cape. Question of the gender-based violence, we have put ourselves exactly on things that we're supposed to respond to, especially the issue of laboratories. We're very believed that we're on the way. The last one, Babshane, labantu bathanda impi ANC nenkathi ithanda impi kabi. Yikho siyibophile nje enkatha, yikho siyibophile lapha emsini, siyibophele ibhamu ezingekho emthethweni, including imeso. Ngiphume eceleni ngiyaphendula ukuthi akuyona i-ANC kuphela ethanda impi nenkathi ithanda impi, yikho iboshiwe nje, iboshelwe ibhamu ezingekho emthethweni, zibanjwe emotini yemeya. So kufanele sihambe siyoyilungisa nje indaba yodlame lapha, zonke lezi inhlangano zilwe ngodlame. Siyabonga.
Sithokoze mhlonishwa. The Honorable Minister Zulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to thank Honorable Hlongo for raising that issue of the support that was received from MTN, and also just to encourage all other businesses actually that sit with the big bags of money to also step up in supporting government and the communities and making sure that we have an inclusive and informed society, and the importance of digital skills is very, very important. So I wish to thank the member for raising that. But when all is said and done, it is from the Department of Social Development, a call to others who have the capacity to do the same, to work with us so that we can create better communities. Minister ubheka icela useyiphendulile le yaka Honorable Shenge, nami ngifuna ukufaka isandla lapho ukuthi udlame akuyona into esiyifunayo siyi-African National Congress. Udlame kufuneka silwise sonke, ngoba masingasikhuluma sisukume sonke sithi ubani ushise i-t-shirt kabani, nathi singakhuluma sikhulume ngama-t-shirt we-ANC ashiswayo, kodwa sisekho lapho. Into okufuneka siyenze ukuthi sibe united in terms of fighting against violence in general in South Africa, no violence against women and children, but have political tolerance. Ngiyabonga, Chair.
Ngiyabonga ma. Honorable Minister Nzimande.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo kakhulu. Let me thank Honorable Nompendulo Mkhatshwa for raising a very important matter about the launch of our regional International Space Weather Center. The launch of South Africa's new 24-hour state-of-the-art regional space weather center here in Hermanos is a historic development and a further illustration of the excellence we have in science in South Africa. It's yet another demonstration that our Department of Science and Innovation, together with its agencies, continue to respond to the socio-economic challenges of our country by using science, technology, and innovation as a catalyst and catalyzer for economic development. This space weather capability, Chairperson, is also a direct response to our good safety track record that led to the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, selecting SANSA as one of the 2 regional centers to provide space weather services, including solar storm forecasts and warnings to the global aviation sector. I'm also very pleased, of course, to point out that the first 4 weather forecasters that have been employed there are actually Black women, which also marks a very important advance in science in advancing also gender transformation. Through SANSA, we have now managed to improve coordination of South Africa's space arena to maximize the benefits of current and planned space activities. We do not only deal with space, important as it is, but space science has enabled us to know the human settlements, especially our informal settlements in the whole country. We know where they are, what services they have, what services they do not have. During the disaster in KZN, we managed to produce very detailed images of where exactly the damage has taken place, and also be able to estimate how much will it take for government to actually fix those damages. I need to say that SANSA is one of our pride and jewel as this ANC-led government, which must always be supported. It demystifies the notion that all state entities are a failure. Many of our state entities are contributing to development. Once more, I thank Honorable Mkhatshwa for raising this important matter. Ngiyabonga Sihlalo.
Sithokoze Mhlonishwa. Deputy Minister Majola.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. In response to the statement by Honorable Mutusi, the Honorable Member knows that the two bills, the Copyright Bill and the Protection of Performance Amendment Bill, have been in the parliamentary process for over 4 years now, after having been returned to Parliament by the President. When these were received by Parliament, the Portfolio Committee went through an extensive process of calling for public comments. Subsequent to receipt of public comments, there was a thorough discussion in the Portfolio Committee to look at the changes that have been proposed. The process in which the EFF has participated. The bills are now before the NCOP. There's going to be a thorough consultation with the provinces. We asked the EFF to be part of that process as the provinces are being consulted on the two bills. They must go and participate there and be defeated there and not attempt to impose a view of the EFF or the majority in Parliament. So that's the democratic way of doing things. Lastly, on the issue of big businesses, Honorable Chair, we have got to disabuse ourselves of the notion that in order to grow an economy, it's either big or small businesses. What we're doing in South Africa is to give support to all big and small businesses. We have a responsibility as government to give more support to small businesses, but it can't be to the exclusion of big businesses. We're building all businesses in order to grow the South African economy inclusive. So that's what we're doing. The President has asked us to focus on the expansion of the small business sector. And I think that we are up to that task. So that's what we'll be doing. So I don't believe that the Honorable Member knows what he's talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. The Honorable Jeffrey.
Thank you, House Chair. I just wanted to respond to the Honourable Heron's statement, in particular on the issues of the TRC, the post-TRC process. And the issue is that the Promotion of National Unity and Reconciliation Act set up the TRC and set up a process as to what was to happen. The TRC had to identify victims of human rights violations, which it did, and it published a list of them. The TRC then gave a report to government, which made recommendations to Parliament as a whole, both houses. And in terms of that, the victims of human rights violations were paid reparations, were entitled to other benefits. And that also included supporting a TRC recommendation for community rehabilitation. The problem with some of the people at the Constitutional Court, and the Minister and I, of Justice and I have met them, is that most of them are not on the list of, didn't go to the TRC. And the issue is then, how do they, well, it's not part of the legal process. We are engaged with Galela Kulani as to looking at the list of names, but the problem is somebody's got to verify that you are a victim of a human rights violation. And in terms of the existing law, it was the TRC. As far as the money in the President's Fund, yes, there's quite a bit, but when it comes to the number of places that the TRC recommended for community rehabilitation, it's way insufficient. Some time ago, a decision was taken to provide rehabilitation projects in Kruger province, but the It's run into problems, correct problems as to are these particular, what is being proposed in a particular area, in a particular community? Is it something that actually surely local government should do? So we may have to revisit the whole issue of community rehabilitations, but in order to do that, we would need to come back to this house and get approval from this house to do that, because currently the mandate that government is working on in terms of the payments for victims of human rights violations and community rehabilitation is in terms of the resolutions of this house in response to the TRC report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
House
you.
Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mohali, next time I would disturb the Deputy Minister, please check your mic and mute. The next response is from Deputy Minister, Dr. Mhaule.
Thank you, Chair. We want to join the honorable member to say we condemn in the strongest possible terms that when communities or learners are not happy with something, but they will resort to banning schools, especially during this time of examinations, just like what happened yesterday in Emalahleni, that when communities are not happy about issues of service delivery, then they stopped learners from writing. They miss the question paper for mathematics, but we thank the minister and the MEC that they make plans now. Exams is continuing in Emalahleni. Even in the KZN and the Northern KwaZulu-Natal, examination is continuing without any hindrances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last response will be the Honorable Deputy Minister Dlomo. I see you've lowered your hand. I hope you made a mistake of lowering it. We want you in. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. As the Department of Health, we have not received any court order about the unconstitutionality of the NHI. When this bill was presented to Cabinet before it came to Parliament, the state law advisors came into Cabinet and gave their legal comment on it. When it arrived in Parliament, as a department, we were also summoned by the Portfolio Committee together with the state law advisors, and there was also a legal opinion from the Parliamentary Legal Services. Now, when the Portfolio Committee was conducting public hearings, the Department of Health accompanied the Portfolio Committee, and there were wild views, including those who were saying we want the NHI right now. So we want to say to the honorable member, yes, there are different views. He holds a different one. Whether then the ANC uses it for campaigning, that's neither here or there for the DA. It's a business of the ANC, what it does with that bill. But we just want to say the WHO has already endorsed the universal health coverage in the world. It is a public good. Health is a public good, and it actually decreases the financial risk burden to citizens. It's a social solidarity principle and it's a morality issue. So we would still await what he is actually saying. As far as we are concerned, the Portfolio Committee is finishing with the bill tomorrow, and we want to see it soon to be tabled into the House. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you, ministers and deputy ministers, 100% response today. Thank you very much. We proceed now to the first to the fourth order, as I ask the secretary to read them.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority performance for 2021-2022 financial year. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Independent Police Investigative Directorate performance for 2021-2022 financial year. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police, on Civilian Secretariat for Police Services, performance for 2021-2022 financial year, and consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Police on 2021-2022 annual report of South African Police Service.
Thank you. May I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move that the reports be adopted.
Thank you. Having moved, honorable members, let me say that we did receive requests for declaration of vote in line with the motion that was adopted in the House on the 1st of November 2022. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so. 2 minutes. The DA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Our corrupt and captured police service is in a state of unmitigated crisis with no prospect of salvation under the current government. The majority of South Africans have completely lost confidence in the SAPS, and even 78% of SAPS members no longer believe that their employer cares about them. People are paying bribes to get into police colleges. Gangs have captured the Western Cape SAPS. The Minister of Police faces 67 billion rand in civil claims in just one financial year because there is no meaningful consequence management and no discipline. There is no improvement to discipline because SAPS management and the minister pay lip service to recommendations contained in IPID reports, such as the Kinnear report, which does not even yield a reply from SAPS within the 30 days required by the Act. SAPS is losing skills due to cadre deployment and corruption in its ranks. 10111 lines don't ring or are simply not answered at all. Centralized management and procurement red tape suffocates station commanders, and violent crime is on the rise. When it comes to station infrastructure, by SAPS's own measurement, just 1% of all police stations are in excellent condition, 15% in good condition, while 84% are in fair to very poor condition. The committee has had one meeting with Public Works on this matter, while the Minister of Police sits in cabinet with his Public Works counterpart and cannot get her to lift a finger. Year in and year out, the president and his minister regurgitate the same political platitudes and promises. And year in and year out, the state of policing in South Africa gets worse, not better. Make no mistake, SAPS can be saved, but it cannot be saved by the current crew, and it will not be saved in the current structure. What we need is a DA government which will root out corruption, support the skilled and capable SAPS members, and devolve policing powers to capable local and provincial governments for more responsive and accountable policing, so that we can turn the SAPS into an honest and professional police service that can get the job done for all South Africans. The DA supports the reports. Thank you.
Chabseki Swele. You want to say something? Oh, I hope it's Ma'am Swele. Okay.
No, it's a problem. It's a mistake, darling. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. We proceed to the EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF is concerned about the type of leadership the SAPS have, especially the top management. The newly appointed National Commissioner is alleged to have received gifts from a certain company that was given a tender by the SAPS. And it does constitute an offense, because remember, Jekisi Levy was arrested and convicted for that. This makes the whole SAPS corrupt. SIRA must deal with the companies employing criminals and monitor the firearms used by those security companies. Some security companies are involved in crimes such as murder and deserve to be dealt with an immediate effect. The CSPS must execute its mandate in making sure that South African police have or appoint the qualifying people into senior positions. Vetting of senior officers have been requested. IPID must make sure that they follow processes when classifying some documents, because people need to know whether they have criminals in the senior positions of the SAPS or not. The so-called COVID corruption, which we have not seen so much from the DPCI, it's expected that DPCI must speed up their investigations. The SAPS must increase the number of boots in the ground that is being heavy from the top to chop and enlist young blood to patrol our streets so that our women and children can be safe. We therefore support this report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. One of the priorities for policing listed in the NDP Vision 2030 is to build safety using an integrated approach. However, it is only possible to implement an integrated approach if all the components needed for integration are functioning effectively. Both the Private Security Regulatory Authority and the South African Police Service are defendant in the number of legal actions. While at the year end, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate had 41 claims against it. The Civil Secretariat for Police Services indicated that the root causes of civil claims highlight a poor conduct of members, a clear lack of discipline, and extremely poor consequence management. Therefore, considering that law enforcement institutions are at odds with the law, how are we to trust that an integrated approach to the safety of South Africans is attainable? A serious matter of concern to the IFP is how the mismanagement of law enforcement institutions is filtering down and impacting the trust South Africans have in the ability of the police to keep them safe. The perception survey in the Civil Secretariat for Police Service annual performance plan highlights that with regard to the level of trust in the police by communities, 54.8% of correspondents do not have trust in the police. Considering the 2 cases of rape in police custody, the prevalence of death in police custody, and the 410 cases of death as a result of police action that was presented by IPID, can we blame South Africans for not trusting the police? The need for a localized approach to addressing crime should not only be the key focus area of the Civil Secretariat for Police Service, it should be mainstreamed in all law enforcement institutions. It is quite evident that there is a need for a decentralized law enforcement system. The restoration of trust in the police can only be done in each law enforcement institution. The IFP accepts the report.
Thank you. Honorable Grunewald, you have been disturbing Honorable Majosi with your mic on. Proceed.
Geachte voorsitter, in Maart maand hierdie jaar was daar navorsing gedoen en is daar gevind dat slegs 27% van die mense in Suid-Afrika het vertroue in die polisie. As ons gaan kyk na die toename in boendehowe, waar gemeenskappe reg in eie hande neem, en dat hulle baie duidelik sê, dat ons neem die reg in eie hande, want die polisie doen nie hulle werk nie, en hulle kan nie vertrou word nie, en daar word ook gesê, die polisie, weens korrupsie, is deel van die misdaadprobleem. Agbare voorsitter, dit is ongelukkige belediging vir daardie lede in die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisiediens, wat eerbaar is, wat toegewyd is, en wat die mense van Suid-Afrika dien. En ek salueer daardie mense wat hard werk daarvoor. But Honorable Chair, we've heard that the speakers refer to consequence management. We have these BRRRs every year, and in the recommendations, each and every year it refers to consequence management. The problem is, yes, we agree, crime is getting out of control. People don't trust the police. And as I said, detrimental to those hardworking members of the police services. The question is, what is being done about it? This report, which the Freedom Front Plus supports, becomes a decision of Parliament. But unfortunately, Honourable Chair, there's no proper follow-up to ensure that these decisions then finds its way in practice in the police. And consequence management is part of the problem because of corruption. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, before I call on the ACDP, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the delegation from the Ugandan Parliament's Committee on Rules, Privileges and Discipline, who are on a benchmarking study visit. You are welcome. Okay. Thank you very much. We proceed and I call on the ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ACDP welcomes the unqualified audit of the SAPS in the 2021/22 financial year. While this is an improvement from the qualified opinions given by the AG from 2016/17 to 2019/20, we are nevertheless concerned by the irregular expenditure of 151.3 million rands in 2021/22, which has shown an upward trend in the last 4 years. The ACDP wants to know why the Forensic Science Laboratory Program spent only 89.4% of its allocation, while knowing that DNA test results are essential to link rapists and murderers to crimes that will result in their convictions. Because of rampant corruption in the SAPS, the ACDP is not convinced that increasing the police budget will increase their performance. With a conviction rate of just under 10% for all reported sexual assaults and a conviction rate of just over 10% for all reported murders, there is no doubt that more investigative detectives are needed and that corruption in this department must be eradicated. In a ruling in the Western Cape High Court last month, Justice Tulare stated that, and I quote, "The evidence suggests that the senior management of the SAPS in the province has been penetrated to the extent that the 28 gang has access to the table where the provincial commissioner of the SAPS in the Western Cape sits with his senior managers and lead them in the study of crime, develop crime prevention strategies, and decide on tactics."
And thank you, the Honorable Reverend Misha, your time is up.
Thank you, Ma'am.
Thank you. The UDM? Are you still there, Honorable Kwankwa?
No declaration.
Proceed.
Thank you.
Oh, no declaration. Okay, thank you. The
Actually,
ATM?
you was breaking now.
Yeah, we're break. Anyway, it's fine. The ATM? Good.
Yes, House Chairperson, thank you. House Chair, the recent presentation by the Auditor General to the Portfolio Committee on Police on its annual report stated that the achievement of performance targets by the police department doesn't translate into the actual realities in society. Unfortunately, this disconnect comes as no surprise in a country with ever-increasing levels of crime and violence. One of the most vivid examples of this disconnect is the recent Krugersdorp gang rape of 8 women. After the shocking incident, the minister and the police seemed to jump into action and promised that the perpetrators would face the wrath of the law. Within a few days, 14 men were arrested as part of the highly publicized police operations, which saw officers turning the town upside down and arresting illegal minors. The minister was confident of a successful prosecution and claimed to have had strong evidence. We fast forward a couple of weeks and the rape charges against the men arrested have been dropped, as the DNA could not link the 14 accused to the rapes. Was this all for show to appear like the police was acting? No one has since been arrested in connection with these crimes committed in July this year. More concerning is the fact that these women are part of thousands of women who are constantly let down by the authorities. Just last week, the police again pushed back the deadline to clear the massive DNA backlog from last month to January next year. The AG report also noted underspending in the detective services program, a crucial part of the fight against crime that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. The loss of skills in the detective services hampers the outcome of many cases, and positive prosecution of cases are dependent on the quality of investigations. As a government, we need to act more quickly instead of just hosting talking sessions while criminals become more brazen in their crimes, which is taking over our country. We need to find realistic and practical solutions to claim back our streets and our communities.
Thank you. The NFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Police. However, allow me to raise a few concerns, Chairperson. Let me start off by admitting that I think we've lost the war in this country as far as crime is concerned. And if we're expecting the South African police services to bring it under control, we're expecting too much. NFP has said before, and we say it once more, you need a holistic approach to the challenges that this country faces, and that includes the socio-economic conditions, the availability of drugs and alcohol, taverns that are open 24 hours, the high unemployment rate in the country. But very importantly, what we're picking up again and again, Chairperson, is the high levels of corruption amongst police officers. We have many men and women in blue that are honest, have high levels of intellect, and are very sincere about what they are doing, but their lives are also being put at risk. If you look at the number of police officers that we have lost in the last attack on a police attack on the state, but very little or nothing happens as far as that is concerned. Now, the other concern we've got is there is no coordinated approach to dealing with the issues of crime in this country. You know, I want to give you a good example. Look at the issues of kidnapping. Other than, I think, the Hawks who have been doing a fantastic piece of work, you know, there are so many matters that are unresolved. We're expecting detectives to carry 100 and 200 dockets and do justices. It's totally unacceptable. Irregular expenditure, once again, haunts the South African police services. Procurement is still a challenge as far as the South African police services is concerned. And unless we have a holistic approach to what is happening in the country, it can only get worse over a period of time, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC?
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. COPE? PAC?
PAC supports the report, Chair, and no declaration.
Thank you. Al-Jama?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. The Minister of Police, Honorable House Chair, must remain firm and not give an inch to devolve police services to the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape. If he gives just 1 inch, that will be the first step to make the Western Cape a police state to return to white rule. It will unleash colored on white violence. The Cape Flats is the Cinderella of South Africa and most oppressed community in the country. The Minister must continue his programs to combat crime, but top of mind for Parliament must be a socio-economic response to gangsterism. And we know that the Minister of Social Welfare has thrown a weight behind taking families out of poverty in Mitchells Plain and in the rural areas. There is no interest by other ministers for economic development, which is a blot on the 6th Parliament. We support the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC?
Thank you, Chair. The ANC support the report as presented by the Portfolio Committee on Police. The safety of our people is our main concern. Crime remains a serious concern as it impacts on the safety of our people, private property, and the economy. The brutal crimes against women and children require a collaborative effort by the police and all of us. The thorny matter of gender-based violence remains top of our priorities, and it requires our undivided attention. Of key concern, Chair, of the committee remains the backlog in DA analysis. And we reaffirm our resolution to visit all forensic laboratories countrywide. We have noted with concern the declared unspent funds of the Forensic Science Laboratory Division of the police during the recent adjusted budget of the police. There seems to be a consistent and continuous declines in the Detective Service Division, which must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Skilled detectives are lost at an alarming rate, and we cannot effectively investigate crime with less than 17,000 detectives. This is an impossible task. The police must become more proactive in fighting crime. Crime should be prevented, and the police must recommit to their constitutional mandate. The morale and service conditions of police members must also be addressed. We implore the Minister of Finance to increase the budget allocation of the SAPS, to increase the number of boots on the ground, and to increase and retain our detective capacity. The police must become more proactive in fighting crime. Honorable Chair, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate must be better resourced to ensure an accountable police service. Independent investigations must be done to the highest standards to ensure that police members are held liable for both unprofessional and criminal conduct.
Siyabonga.
ANC support.
Thank you. Baba ucela ujabulile ukuthi niyamcelela ibudget ikhuphuke. Honorable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections to the motion? No objection, agreed to. I will now read the secretary to read the 5th to the 9th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 7, National School of Government Annual Report for 2021-2022 financial year. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 12 of the Public Service Commission. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on budget 14 of Statistics South Africa 2021-2022. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 9 of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation and Brand South Africa 2021-2022. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration on vote 11 of the Department of Public Service and Administration and the Center for Public Service Innovation 2021-2022.
Thank you. May I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move that the reports be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's been requests for declaration and I will allow the DA.
House Chairperson, granted the DPSA achieved a clean audit for the financial year under review. However, this clean audit counts for very little if our public service continues to be marred by a plethora of challenges, including a dysfunctional and broken discipline management system that is costing the South African taxpayer millions on an annual basis. The time has come, House Chairperson, for some, if not all of the key performance areas for DGs, HODs, senior managers within the public service to be directly linked or aligned to governance issues such as the management of disciplinary cases and the enforcement of policies and legislation regulating the public service. If this is not done, House Chairperson, the state of affairs within the public service will continue going from bad to worse. House Chairperson, as far back as the 2019-2020 financial year, the committee recommended that the NSG, with the assistance of Treasury, develop its own fully fledged funding model. Although the NSG has started engaging Treasury in this regard, there have been no tangible outcomes flowing from these engagements. Should the NSG, House Chairperson, continue to drag its feet, in terms of developing its own funding model, it runs the risk of not only failing to fulfill its mandate, but also of not achieving its annual targets, revenue targets every year. With the scope of work for the NSG said to be extended to local government and SOEs following the approval of the implementation of the framework towards the professionalization of the public service, the NSG will now more than ever need to have its own fully fledged funding model in place. Lastly, House Chairperson, although the Public Service Commission bill is long overdue, we do take the point that the Commission has done everything within its power in relation to the passage of this bill into law, including presenting the bill to the committee and the Acting Minister of Public Service and Administration. We therefore call on the Acting Minister to ensure that the bill is tabled in Parliament before the end of the current financial year, as the bill will enable the Commission to play a more independent and transformative role in our public sector. I thank you.
Thank you. We are now on the EFF.
Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Public Service and Administration. The department and the entities under it and is an embarrassment to the very idea of public service in the country. The National School of Government has failed to develop a coherent public service training method that produces competent civil servants. At a practical level, the NSG is deeply dysfunctional. Up to date, we have not received any answers as to why there is no consistency in the advertisement of posts. And since Nukela is mandatory for senior positions, there have been no explanation as to why it is not included as a requirement when advertising the posts. Despite all the skills gaps identified over a period of time in public service, there is a very slow movement in government's technical capacity, and this really impacts on the credibility of the department. At the DPSA chair, there is also a fundamental duty that must be adhered to, which will make the department to work effectively by taking care of its employees' health and wellness, and all this includes proper salaries in order to minimize corruption within the sector. This department's chair must make sure that the backlogs of suspended corrupt employees are attended to within the stipulated time to avoid corrupt people milking the taxpayers unnecessarily. Lastly, Chairperson, all voices of reason in this country must condemn the unilateral decision of the state to impose a 3% increase in public sector wage without having concluded this agreement with the workers. The DPSA is making it a norm to undermine the collective bargaining processes, which are constitutional bodies for resolving issues of wage in the public service. If we allow this to continue, Chair, whatever little right the workers may have secured after 1994 will be eroded. We condemn this decision.
Thank you very much.
And a wage increase. The EFF rejects this report.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The IFP would like to start by acknowledging the progress made with the Department of Public Service and Administration, as well as State South Africa, Brand SA and National School of Government receiving a clean audit. However, there is still much to be done. Clean audits are nothing without actions and must be translated into improving service delivery across the government through planning, monitoring, and evaluation. As the IP were deeply concerned by the department's failure to act swiftly and decisively on matters of suspended employees who continue to draw salaries and waste taxpayers' money while resting at home. There are currently 305 public servants on suspension with full pay across national and provincial government, and this cannot be accepted. Brand SA has made great strides when it comes to gender inclusivity. However, it needs to work on integrating more persons with disability. State SA, however, is not meeting inclusivity targets, and more women need to be promoted and integrated, especially at senior management levels. Furthermore, State SA must commit to employ more youth, as this is a major unemployment crisis in the country, and the youth are the worst hit. Honorable Chair, as the IP, we are concerned that vacancies in the State SA and National School of Government, which directly impact the strategic and policy components of such institutions, as well as service delivery. However, the IP welcomes the professionalization of public service, as we see this is a step towards more efficient public service. Leadership, transparency, and accountability are needed to drive a strong public service. The public service must be empowered to speedily deliver services and drive the development agenda of our country. The IFP does not oppose the report.
Yeah, ne? FF plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, Cabinet recently approved the National Framework towards Professionalisation of the Public Sector, which in short confirms that one of the greatest faults in the evolution of post-apartheid South Africa was the failure to institutionalise a merit-based public service system where appointments in the administration of the state are based on competence and ethical disposition. The DA claims we have encountered the end of cadre deployment, but sadly, I beg to differ. The President last week reaffirmed the government's commitment to BEE and affirmative action, and as we know, the ANC just cannot help themselves when it comes to their self-serving tendencies, often dressed up in a shining coat of social righteousness. Jakkels verander van haar, maar nie van snaar. The Portfolio Committee commends the National School of Governance for developing such a magnificent framework to ensure that, and I quote, administration in government is competent and a well-oiled machine. I must ask the question, why after 28 years of ANC governance are we attempting to professionalize now? Should the public service not already have been professional, ethical, and moral-based? Moving on, during his 2019 SONA speech, the President announced that lifestyle audits for public servants were in the pipeline, confirming his government's commitment to keeping the state accountable and combating corruption in the public service. 3 years later, and the committee notes the slow progress in finalizing the guide to implement lifestyle audits aimed at preventing fraud and corruption in the public service. Baie praat, min doen. To enable an efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service, we have to keep the public service accountable. Yes, professionalization is good, but it should have happened since 1994. If you say you are going to do lifestyle audits, then do lifestyle audits. If you have a department tasked with evaluation, then evaluate and keep your public servants accountable with proper consequence management. That is what we want to see in these BRRR reports. House Chair,
Thank you. Your time is up. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it is clear that state capacity has weakened significantly over time with major deficiencies in many departments at national and provincial levels. Sadly, this growing incapacity has resulted in poor service delivery, and one only has to look at the water crisis, health crisis, crisis at home affairs, crisis in energy, power, and other departments. Sadly, many citizens and organizations have now had to seek relief from the courts, and courts are increasingly taking up the space to resolve cases where state incapacity has failed to respond adequately to service delivery challenges. What makes matters worse is that state capacity has been undermined by corruption and deliberate efforts to undermine the public sector, as is highlighted by the Zondo State Capture Report. The report has highlighted the role played by corrupt public servants facilitating corruption, particularly in the procurement area. Now, one of the recommendations contained in this report is that the department should encourage all departments to implement the guidelines on lifestyle audits, which is aimed at preventing and detecting fraud and corruption in the public service. Now, these compulsory guidelines for all audits of public servants in both national and provincial departments were approved by government in April last year and should be implemented without delay. The ACDP believes that far more should be done to implement this measure. Another issue highlighted in the report relates to decentralized discipline management in the public service. This concern raised by the Department of Public Service is that it has to remind other departments to deal with misconduct cases which are not finalized within the regulated period. The ACDP shares concerns that large numbers of public servants are languishing at home on full pay, on suspension, whilst their disciplinary processes are not finalized. Lastly, however, the ACDP would like to thank all those faithful public servants who every day diligently carry out their duties. I thank you.
DDM.
No declarations, Chair.
Thank you. ATM. Good.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
NFP,
Thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support the report tabled here today. However, allow me to raise a few concerns. Chairperson, the amount of money that we spend, and I see that we get good audit outcomes, but when you convert that to outputs, you find that it just doesn't balance. The money that we spend and what we're getting in return is a massive difference. And for that reason, you'd find that the public sector itself, and if you look at the AG's report, and very, very important, the report that indicates that a very holding many institutions are really not fit for purpose. Either they've got the qualification and don't necessarily have the skills, and that raises questions about our entire educational system and what we're producing in the country. But very importantly, I remember the Public Service Commission raising a lot of concerns, even on the issue of 30-day payment, where service providers were not being paid 30 days, unless, of course, officials were getting a kickback in return. But really very little or nothing has actually happened to that. If you look at ESCOM for that matter, ESCOM itself, even in their board, had very little engineering skills, and we expect them to do justice to the energy in the country. Local government level, if you look at what is happening, and like I've alluded to in terms of the report by the Auditor General, and every year, some of them continue to fail, and there is no consequence management whatsoever. Very little or nothing has happened. That brings us back to the issue of cadre deployment. And unless you do away with politicians having anything to do with appointing administrative staff, you will continue to be sitting with the problem we are sitting with today. The National Freedom Party will support the report.
thank you. The AIC,
No declaration, Honorable Chair.
thank you. COPE, PAC,
No declaration, Chair.
thank you. Al-Jama,
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, it is good to hear that the National School of Governance is creating waves and their improvements to promote productivity, for example, is on the radar. Productivity is very important in the public service, because when Al-Jama met with the previous Minister of Finance and the officials in this department, they agreed that there are 30% fat in the line items. And here is an opportunity, now that we're busy with wage negotiations, to trade off that fat for a higher increase. Freedoms whites enjoy and the increase in generational wealth for Afrikaners was a trade-off for BEE. Now that whites prosper, they are backtracking on BEE. It is now up to the National School of Governance to do what they can to enhance Black economic empowerment. Thank you very much.
thank you. The ANC, the Honorable Speaker of the ANC, Honorable Dr. North Nachel, is making her maiden speech.
Thank you, House Chairperson. As the ANC, we welcome the professionalization framework for the public service so as to improve performance and capability as approved by Cabinet. We look forward to engaging the lead departments who will finalize the implementation plans before the end of the current financial year. On lifestyle audits, the department should encourage departments to commence with the implementation of the guidelines aimed at preventing and detecting fraud and corruption in the public service. It should also provide timeframes to all accounting officers as part of the rollout strategy and ensuring uniformity in the public service. Policies that are impactful to the people are at the center of the work of the ANC government. In this context, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation should continue to monitor and evaluate performance against the designated areas in the medium-term strategic framework. Furthermore, together with the Department of Public Service and Administration, they should review the policy on the performance management development system for Director Generals and heads of departments in the public service, as per the recommendations of the Auditor General. Both departments should review matters identified in the PMDS policy and the weights given on the key performance areas. Acting DG's HOD should be included in the PMDS for performance measurement purposes. The ANC supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion?
Chairperson, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Ms.
Chair.
Yako.
Yes, please register the objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Noted. What about the ACDP?
We wanted to note our objection as well.
Thank you. I mustn't guess, Dr. Minister Swart.
Chairperson, note
very
the
much.
objection of the, please note the objection of the EFF Chair.
Ms. Yako in the House has already done it. Thank you, Ma'am Kalipi.
Thanks.
With those objections noted, the motion is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
May I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Honorable House Chair, I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you very much. As declarations have been requested, I will again go to the DA for the first. Thank you.
Dis angswekkend wanneer die ouditeur-generaal van Suid-Afrika bevind dat die Departement van Maatskaplike Ontwikkeling met 15 miljard in ongemagtigde uitgawes en meer laste as bates se finansiële volhoubaarheid ernstig in oënskou geneem moet word en dat die entiteit tans die risiko vir totale ineenstorting teweegstaan. Ondersoeke na groot bedrag geld, byvoorbeeld 316 miljoen in Junie 2014 en 74 miljoen in April 2018, sleep na soveel jare steeds voort sonder enige uitsluitsel. Dis kommerwekkend dat DMO 1,8 miljard onderspandeer het vir die jaar onder hersiening, terwyl armoede, hongersnood en armlastigheid daagliks vermeerder. 18 miljoen Suid-Afrikaners slaan reeds 1 maaltyd per dag oor en voedselpryse styg steeds. DMO se onreëlmatige uitgawes het van 3 miljoen na 14 miljoen gestyg, 'n skokkende styging van 381%. SASSA sit met 'n telkomrekening van R3 miljoen per maand waarvoor DMO tans moet opdok. Die lagwekkende nuwe menstest vir die R350 SRD toelaag het intussen verseker dat ongeveer 4 miljoen begunstigdes wie wel voorheen kwalifiseer het, nou sonder 'n veiligheidsnet in ekstreme armoede gedompel is. Vreeswekkend is die feit dat 5,812 staatsamptenare vir die SRD toelaag aansoek gedoen het ter waarde van R5,8 miljoen. Die ouditeur-generaal is van mening dat DMO nie genoegsame of behoorlike stappe geneem het om hierdie materiële finansiële verlies aan onkwalifiserende begunstigdes te herwin nie. Weersinswekkend is die feit dat die Nasionale Ontwikkelingsagentskap 58% van hulle totale uitgawes op personeelvergoeding spandeer. Dis 'n R14 miljoen jaar op jaar toename. Hulle spandeer dus meer op personeel as programme. Is dit dus enige wonder dat die mees weerlose Suid-Afrikaners sukkel om die mas op
Honorable
te
member,
kom?
your time
Die
is
DA
up.
ondersteun nie hierdie verslag nie.
Thank you. Honorable Mhlongo, please mute.
Chairperson, we have a problem of translation. I have my hand up.
Yes, I was just going to ask. I just saw your hand, I've been told. Thank you very much. Can we please be assisted? Members on the virtual platform don't have translation. So please assist and report if there are issues so that I can go back to them. But we have to proceed. Thank you. May we proceed, the EFF?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF rejects the BRRR report on the Department of Social Development. The department has been unable to rise up to the challenge of many of the social issues facing this country, particularly in the aftermath of the devastations caused by the COVID. To date, there is no report of the orphans left without anyone to care for after their parents or caregivers died because of COVID. There is still no thorough understanding of the social needs for children and the elderly following the devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal early this year. Up to now, there are thousands of desperate men and women who applied for the 350 rands SRD grant who have never received a cent while public servants have been helping themselves to this money. Nor is there a comprehensive plan to make the lives of people living with disabilities a little more livable. November is recognized as a month of persons with disabilities, and the department ought to be working with all relevant stakeholders to ensure that there is not a single person who needs a wheelchair in this country who doesn't have one. There is a severe lack of ECDs for children living with disabilities as ECDs become compulsory. The most abominable failure of this department must surely be the failure to make sanitary towels universally free. And if not, at least for girls of school-going age, while girls miss school each month because they do not have sanitary towels available, this department hasn't even tried to support a project to make sure that our girls aren't humiliated and miss school. Homelessness is on the rise across the country, and many homeless people turn to drugs to block out their situation and the fact that there is no end in sight to this pandemic. And this department does not have the correct statistics of how many homeless people are in this country. We reject this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Zulu, are you fine? Please mute.
I am muted, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. Before we proceed, honorable members, I know we have to do certain things. And one day I said, don't be obvious. That is Rule 64G. Please check it. You know what I'm talking about. When Mrs. Opperman was here, you know what you were doing. Please desist from that. Rule 64G. Let's proceed. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On paper, the Department of Social Development meets approximately 2/3 of its targets, but the picture on the ground is one of a DST that fails miserably. The Auditor General confirmed this, expressing concern over the ongoing financial viability of the department due to its total liabilities exceeding its total assets. The DSD is plagued by systematic corruption and financial mismanagement. As evidenced by the AG, this includes that the DSD unauthorized expenditure remains an overdraft of 15 billion, SASSA having 993 million irregular expenditure, and the NDA's non-compliance with the key legislation. This mismanagement becomes almost sinister when one considers the DSD challenge with persistent fraud and corruption in the administration and payment of social grants. How many could have benefited from all these millions lost, stolen, and misappropriated? The committee and the IFP remain seriously concerned about the lack of consequence management in the social development portfolio. And when it comes to helping the poorest of the poor, persons with disability, children facing malnutrition, those needing help with substance abuse and those fighting GBV, the department provides window dressing, offering little of substance. Tellingly, the number of employees with disability in the department only increased by 1 to 13 employees. But probably the biggest crisis this portfolio faces is social workers crisis. The IFP demands that the minister comes back to Parliament to table an urgent plan of action to absorb all the thousands of unemployed social workers. We need a drastic change now. We need the DSD to ensure that promises on paper match their commitments on the people on the ground who suffer daily as our country's social ills depend. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. We're noting all the concerns from not only the committee, but also the AGSA. The state of affairs of the department and its entities are quite worrying. By Q4, 99% of the budget was used by DSD, although the targets achieved only reached 70%. Issues at the department ranged from the hacking of the IT system, the 4 million rand per month being spent on the Telkom toll-free line. There is, according to the AGSA, no sufficient and appropriate evidence that children have access to quality ECD services, uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, to name but a few. Turning to SASSA, the AGSA found that SASSA reported in terms of grants and the supporting evidence they provided differed. Also, 74 million rand was paid for social services that were not rendered, and a further 360 million rand payment was made for goods and services, but was also not received. Furthermore, there was non-compliance to key legislation. The same trajectory continues with the NDA, consequence management, turnaround strategies, lack of targets met, etc., etc. What is really worrying is that the department and its entities are not able to achieve key targets. There are repeat audit findings, database challenges continue, investigations are not completed. We are seeing lots of plans to publish regulations, policies, bills, and green papers, yet we never see these plans become concrete regulations, policies, or bills. SASSA has a vacancy rate of 58.7%. That translates to 10,983 people that SASSA is short to do the necessary work. Their fraud and compliance division has a vacancy rate of over 77%. The question that begs to be answered is whether this is the reason why we are not seeing government employees that have wrongly received grants being brought to book. This picture is dire. The department and its entities need to do better. South Africa deserves better.
Thank you very much.
I thank you.
The ACDP. Oh, Ms. Sukers.
Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Social Development has become an ATM. The whole basket of services are not fully utilized, and the impact on the ground is not measured. And worse, we don't know what their programs are and how to link our constituents to them. What we measure here, as indicated in this report, are the inputs that goes into the department and not the impact of the programs on the ground. Until we actually measure impact, we will consistently be chasing the wrong numbers. What we need to consider are how many programs are well researched and impactful in our communities. How many children are saved from gangs through early intervention programs? How many young mothers are in parent programs that are linked to skills and work programs? And how many vulnerable women have we placed in places of safety and gave access to social housing schemes? How many such successful programs do we have nationally that speaks to the most critical issues that are facing women and children? In die Klein Karoo het jy 1 YCC met die kapasiteit vir 30 kinders. In dieselfde streek is die grootste probleem alkoholisme, tienerswangerskap en dwelmmisbruik. Jy het infrastruktuur wat leeg staan, allangs die Karoo, skole wat toegemaak het en ander wat nog beoog word vir toemaak. This is mainly because there is a lack of integration of plans between departments and between programs, and worse, there is a policy confusion. So we don't use infrastructure where it is needed the most. And we're not designing and developing programs in rural communities so that there is access for people across the departments of women, social development, and basic education. The ACDP does not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM?
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Department of Social Development needs to account, like many other departments, for the consistent and concerning irregular expenditure, which seems to be increasing from year to year. Irregular expenditure should not be normalized in these departments. The report also shows that many important targets that the department managed to complete, or to achieve rather, which is very good. However, there is a gap on the employment of social workers. The department, in our view, still fails with regards to the placement of social workers, especially those who did not benefit from the DSD bursary program. Lando tinias concern because kukhona lando pa ku Department of Education abantu abaninzi abadla ngokhala ngayo ukuthi uba awufundanga ngofunza lushaba uzawudiscriminatwa ungaprioritizwa kwi-placement kwi-Department of Education. It should not happen nalapha ku-Department of Social Development. And yet, one of the issues which concerns us a great deal is that there are no social workers in clinics located in rural areas to provide adequate provision of social services towards vulnerable individuals. Considering that there is a unique set of challenges in rural areas such as issues of poverty, substance abuse, mental health, which are often ignored in a rural setting, having social workers in clinics would help to educate the public and to also provide emotional support to those in need. We see Pinda Sifunu repeat a point that we made, Minister, that imali ebhatalwe to illegal and undocumented migrants ezingekhona lapha ezihamba kwezinye countries masizifune kwi-countries zazo kuba basekhona abantu abahamba bazokwamkela inkamnkam nemali zikasasa apha baphindele kumazwe abo. Kufuneka singayifuni kwabo ba-benefita duly bezinansi public servant or civil servants rather bodwa, but nabo sibone ukuthi urhulumente
Thank you very much.
basibuyisela njani imali. Thank you.
Thank you. The ATM? Good.
We have no declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. NFP?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Allow me first of all to welcome the improvement in the overall performance of the Department of Social Development. Having said that, Chairperson, I think we're missing a very important point here. And as the unemployment rate in the country increases, and as the high levels of crime increase in the country, there's going to be a greater impact on social development. Social development is going to have to be the one that will have to deal with these issues. And in order to do that, it means they've got to have to be well capacitated. And that is why at one stage, Chairperson, as the NFP, we raised the concerns of identifying at grassroots level why we have so many dysfunctional families in South Africa that's giving rise to the high levels of gender-based violence and crime as a whole. Having said that, we believe that what should happen is right from school level, together with basic education department, social development, and other role players, South African police services, we need to introduce what we may perhaps call some kind of social workers or safety ambassadors, so that you can identify learners that are coming from dysfunctional families, ensure social workers are rolled out in communities to be able to identify these families timeously, rather than going and grandstanding with big boards, bail, no bail for rapists and murderers. So we need to prevent our women and children from being abused. Now, so that is, we believe, one of the solutions that you could actually identify timeously. Now, we know that social development were put in the deep end, particularly when we introduced this social relief distress grant, whether they had the capacity, like Home Affairs, who has a massive problem as far as the IT system is concerned. It would appear that social development has a similar problem. And I think they need to be able to deal with this. The National Freedom Party supports this. Thank you.
Thank you. AIC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The committee has made a number of recommendations to the department against its targets, service delivery needs, and budget spending. We assessed and reviewed the committee reports and have noted a number of concerns. Part of the department's legislative and policy obligations is to design long-lasting preventative measures to protect communities driven by high levels of crime, gender-based violence, and femicide. The department has since affirmed and placed at the center of its gender-based violence strategic government's national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide. Despite these noble plans, there was underspending of 3.6 million by department due to delayed transfers of non-profit organizations. It is damning that NPOs are not paid, notwithstanding their role in driving the work of government in the fight against gender-based violence. This is unacceptable, and we propose that a help desk that will serve as an intermediary between the department and NPOs be established to create better linkages and efficiency. Honorable Chair, we equally concerned with the poor handling of the Children's Amendment Bill by the department. The committee report makes it clear that the department's APP's targets on the publication of draft regulations on the bill in the Government Gazette was ambitious, as such publication didn't happen. As we commented in another discussion on the same matter in this chamber, the North Gauteng High Court judgment of 2011, which ordered the Department of Social Development to introduce a comprehensive plan in dealing with the backlog of foster care orders, is still not honored. The court granted the department successive extensions, and despite this, this matter is still not honored. We support the recommendations, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. COPE, PAC.
No declaration, Chair, from PAC.
Thank you. Al-Jama. Honorable Hendrik.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, we've heard that there are hundreds of unemployed social workers, and you give members of parliament time off to do constituency work. Maybe one of the things to consider is to allocate an unemployed social worker to a member of parliament's parliamentary constituency office where this is requested. And this will speed up the employment of the social workers. We also heard that members of parliament don't know about the programs of the department and its entities like the NDA. Maybe members of parliament should mobilize their constituency and come up with programs and engage with the NDA and the department so that they can take, for example, families out of poverty. Al-Jama has tried this and it is working, and the NDA is assisting women in the clothing industry on the Cape Flats to revive this particular industry and to assist them to earn a living from home. So I think that it is time for members of parliament to start working with the department and its entities for the benefit of its constituencies. Al-Jama supports the report.
Thank you. The ANC. May I say this is also your maiden speech? That's Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you, House Chair. One of the aspects of the parliamentary oversight is a focus on the budget cycle and the budgetary review and recommendations reporting process, which is very critical in ensuring that the departmental programs remain adequately resourced and that public finances are repurposed meaningfully and spent in a prudent manner to ensure quality spending. As the ANC, we appreciate the work that has been undertaken by the Auditor General of South Africa and we note the issues that have been highlighted throughout this process. The Department of Social Development and its entities is indeed been called upon to improve its financial management systems, especially since some of the findings of the AG are recurring. The recommendations from this process require that the minister undertakes robust oversight in the department and also prioritizes relations with stakeholders in the sector that affect the attainment of some of the department's key performance targets. Being guided by the goal towards attaining of a social assistance for all and a safety net for the poor, the ANC support the recommendations of the minister to ensure that the department conducts interministerial discussions with the Department of Home Affairs so that we integrate data between the department for the smooth rollout of the grants, as well as improving its service delivery of the social relief of distress grant in this financial year to establishing systems that efficiently manages the allocated funds. The ANC supports the report and the recommendations as reported. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. I now put the motion again. Are there any objections to the reports? To the motion?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you.
The ACDP, please note our objection. Thank you.
Thank you. With the objections noted, the motion is agreed to. I will ask the secretary to read the 11th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation.
May I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
Having received a request for declaration, I will allow the DA to go first.
Thank you very much. 3 years ago, on an oversight to DERCA, I was scoffed at by our committee members being the longest standing member. The joke people wondered was, what had the committee been doing before for all these years? 3 years later, and it seems that our committee is not even on a hamster wheel, but that we're actually in reverse. 3 DGs into the term, 2 CFOs, and 2 chairpersons, and I'm yet to get any context in our reports that I've requested in terms of the oversight that the ratepayers deserve. Considering the input given at the Zondo Commission and the ambiguous answers around the African Renaissance Fund, one would have thought that it was a fair request for me to have the AG's office to do a forensic audit over the last 5 years. However, an inclusion like that in itself caused so much debate that it was hard to distinguish who was working in whose office. It is bad enough that DERCA has had to facilitate the consequences of over 70% of the heads of missions being ex-ANC politicians that have no diplomatic experience. Besides demoralizing the career diplomats due to seating limits, staff have had to deal with inexperienced management and poor leadership, which often leads them into medical rooms, at best for stress, but sometimes for more severe reasons. Millions have been wasted on independent consultancy reports that every minister that came into power commissioned. Yet as the rotating door churned those ministers out, so went the legacy of that report. Every time we have asked for the recommendations of those reports to be pulled into our committee to see whether they could be part of the BRRR reports, they've been removed quicker than the poor DG that was scapegoated in the New York mess up, for which one minister has gotten away squeaky clean. It is almost like we are spending billions on a lottery, hoping for any outcome with programs that are written up to keep the oversight busy, trying to decipher weak key performance indicators and non-aligned strategic goals. You see, to agree to this BRRR is to give the department any further bandwidth for funds.
Thank you. You can see I gave you more seconds. The EFF. Nayiqala ibabovu ngapho uyibheke.
Proceed. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We reject the budgetary review and recommendation report on the Portfolio Committee on International Relations and Cooperation. This continent and the entire world are facing renewed imperialist aspirations that can only be thwarted by a coordinated internationalist approach toward fighting imperialism and neocolonialism. While this is happening, South Africa has failed to develop a coherent international relations framework that centers the sovereignty of nations and an unclear commitment to oppose the interference of powerful nations on the politics and lives of other nations. Here in our continent, we have kept silent while Mswati keeps on abusing the people of Swaziland and denying them their democratic rights. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, we, together with the rest of the continent, have uttered no word to condemn Paul Kagame's continued destabilization of that country and the pain the war inflicts on generations of people of the Congo who have never known peace. In fact, we have not done anything to highlight the failures on MONUSCO to restore peace and order in that country. Minister, the Democratic Republic of Congo is too important to this continent for us to fold our arms and fold our hands while a few selfish people are benefiting from the destruction of that country. Despite this, we congratulate the role played by the department in restoring peace in the Tigray region in Ethiopia. We also congratulate the minister for standing firm and refusing to be bullied on the US-inspired war between Russia and Ukraine. All these call for well-thought Pan-Africanist-centered international relations policy, and we do not have anything of the sort at the moment, and respond to issues as and when they arise without coherent strategy. So therefore, we reject this report.
Thank you. We now proceed. Can I just wait for the Sergeant at Arms for my message before I proceed? Honorable members, let me take this opportunity and thank you, our honorable members from the Ugandan parliament. The South African parliament says fare thee well. We are very pleased that you visited us and thank you very much. You may be released. Thank you. Thank you. Right, as they leave, I will now call on the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The operations of Department of International Relations and Cooperation seem to be falling apart with every passing day. Again, we are paying lip service to the lack of consequence management in the department, despite the multiple calls by committee to tighten such measures. It's clear that the department is failing to hold their employees accountable and more so to employ and promote a culture of accountability within its structures. To a fruitless and wasteful expenditure from 2017, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 20, yet to be investigated and recovered, it's indicative of the snail pace department has been moving at, as regards holding themselves accountable. After multiple pleas to attend to the lack of consequence management, we can't accept the response stating that they are quote unquote still looking into the strengthening consequence management. We cannot be expected to believe that the department is taking action when so many years have passed and there are still no clear indication as to who is responsible for implementing consequence management at different levels, as the report has recorded. The department has placed themselves into a red zone through their failure to collect rental deposits effectively, and the write-off of 26.9 million proves exactly that. A substantial amount of money is spent on rental and property by the department. Therefore, we would expect that all financing and property management strategies are tightened to ensure that no more taxpayers' money is lost in financing the department's employees' lifestyle. The report has highlighted just how poor the financial management in the department is, and we should not be told that the finance division should implement controls to ensure that proper reconciliation are performed on the rental deposit accounts during this year. This should be something that is already in place to avoid revenue loss, which is already through the roof, such as 100% increase in irregular expenditure. Department's lack of adequate accountability practices and bad financial management are costing the country millions of rands, and we cannot
Thank you.
tolerate this. The IFP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. FF plus,
No declaration, thank you, Chair.
thank you. ACGP,
Thank you, Chairperson. When evaluating BRR reports, two main things we should always consider are financial management and departmental performance. Without transparency, there is no assurance that monies will be used wisely and honestly. So rather than focus on the recommendations in the report before us, I wish to focus on a matter that has upset members of this committee for more than a year because the minister and her department have failed to take the Committee of International Relations into their confidence. Members have raised many questions about why former DG Mahwai had been suspended and ultimately removed from office when what members wished for was for action to be taken against his predecessor after it became apparent that there had been some wrongdoing during his tenure as DG. We believed that the DG before Mr. Mahwai should have been held accountable for what happened in the department at that time, including the embarrassment caused to members of this committee during their visit to New York about 2 years ago. Despite concerns raised at the time, the matter was ignored with no satisfactory answers forthcoming from the department or the minister. Not long thereafter, we heard of the suspension and of former DG and subsequently that he was fired. This seemed to a number of members in the committee to be an attempt at passing the buck, unless the minister and her department disclosed the fact of why the former DG Mahwai was fired. Suspicions that he was made a scapegoat for the wrongdoing of his predecessor will continue. The ACDP demands transparency in this department and will not support the budget until we get proper answers. Thank you.
thank you. The UDM,
No declarations there, thank you.
thank you. ATM, good,
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
thank you. NFP,
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the report on the Portfolio Committee on International Relations tabled here today. Chairperson, DECO received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings from the Auditor General for the financial year 21-22 after 4 years of successful self-qualifications. So an improvement, however. The department incurred some irregular expenditure of 7.77 million. Now, Chairperson, I want to just raise an issue of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which amounted to about 4 million rand. We're calling on the department to address these issues, particularly of irregular expenditure, wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Whilst we do know and understand that sometimes it is beyond your control, but I think it's important to minimize these things because these findings by the Auditor General does not augur well for the department. The other concern we have, which we've raised over previous years, is whether the department has done something about the asset register on properties that are owned internationally. And I knew that we had a challenge as far as that was concerned, which was raised by many countries. The government is taken, particularly in the and very importantly, we want to call on the department to accelerate the pace of addressing the issue of the Palestinian people particularly. But finally, our concern is on the students that are stuck in Russia, who in fact their tuition fees, I think, and accommodation has not been paid. We welcome that the department has paid about 28 million rand. It is bringing some level of embarrassment to the country, and we're calling on the department to resolve this matter. We support the report. Thank you very much.
I just want to assume that maybe you You have load shedding. We couldn't hear you well towards the end.
We support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC,
Thank you, Chair. The Department of International Relations and Cooperation prides itself in, I quote, in positioning South Africa in the world, close quote. A large chunk of the committee report repeats this theme throughout its chapters. It is clear, therefore, that the department's service delivery needs and management of financial resources, including the manner in which it handles sensitive international human rights matters, must always protect the interests of South African nation. The question is whether the department can be scored handsomely on all these segments. This requires us to assess its role against the NDP and the medium-term strategic framework. Part of positioning South Africa in the world requires the country to promote integration in the region and on the continent as the NDP envisages. Yet we know that our efforts in opposing Israel's occupation of Palestine have not been the same in other jurisdictions where integration and cooperation is similarly urgent. It is indeed true, Honorable Chair, as the old proverbs say, that nations do not have friends but interests. The NDP itself calls for greater clarity on matters of national interest. And the source of what should inform our interest is the Constitution and our people. Honorable members, we are not pleased with the department's non-compliance with the PFMA findings of irregular expenditure, which totaled 110 million under the years under review. Cannot be taken lightly, whatever the explanation is. This poor management of resources points to a collapsed system of monitoring, which cost the department 400 million rand to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That money must be recovered. We equally need to make a skills and performance appraisal in the department. The committee report makes the same recommendation on this score. Lastly, Honorable Chair, we cannot overemphasize our commitment to international human rights law, and this must be reflected in our work through diplomatic channels, bilaterals, and through the work of our missions. We support the report.
thank you. Cope, PAC,
No declaration, Chair.
thank you. Al-Jama,
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, international relations should be more vigilant. It cannot be that DIRCO allows money from the fiscus given to the Western Cape government to be used to assist Ukraine. Money is given to an NGO by the Western Cape government who has a program to assist in Ukraine. We have an ambassador in Ukraine who seems to turn a blind eye to all of this. DIRCO has a responsibility to prevent illicit flow of fiscus funds. Thank you very much.
thank you. The ANC,
Monula Stulo, re ke go dumedisa ke dumedisa le ntlo yotlhe e tlotlegang. Revolutions are pursued under conditions that are not of our choice, no making. We applaud, Chairperson, the department for making sure that under conditions that we did not choose of COVID, the department was able to achieve its set objectives. We also acknowledge the fact that there's ravaging wars that we do not make, that we do not ignite as South Africa. The wars that affect the functioning and performance of global economies. And the department has remained steadfast in making sure that it pursues its objectives. COP17 is currently going on in Egypt. It's one of the instances globally that seeks to deal with man-made problems that affect the environment. We therefore agreed with Al-Sheikh when he says that the developed nations have to make sure that there is a fund that is going to do compensation for the developing nations, because the degradation of the world is from the capitalist countries, which are using greed to affect the environment globally. Chairperson, 116 missions of South Africa, it's our request to the department to make sure that they intensify their resolve to bring investors into South Africa so that we can deal successfully with these challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We congratulate the department on the unqualified audit report from the Auditor General. We also want to say to the department that please intensify your work around ICT, consequence management, and the matter that relates to compensation of employees. We congratulate you for making sure that
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The DA noted.
Okay, please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF noted.
Please note the objection of the FF plus
Thank you, FF plus.
and the ACDP. Thank you.
ACDP. With all those objections, the report, the motion is therefore agreed to. May I ask the secretary to read the 12th order?
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
House Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you very much. With the declarations requested, I will afford the opportunity to the DA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The signature policy of the Department of Cooperative Governance is the district development model. Its aim is to centralize government authority, keeping decision-making as far as possible from any center that the ANC can no longer control. The problem for Minister Dlamini Zuma is that the centers under ANC control are no longer holding. No wonder this report hardly mentions the district development model. It exists only on paper, only as an ideological backstop against real policy reform. Ask about her performance as the minister. The Honorable Minister can only point to the fact that her department no longer has an audit disclaimer. And yet the single biggest source of irregular expenditure of 3.3 billion remains the Community Works Program. The Community Works Program has not been reformed, and many of the governance failures highlighted by the Auditor General remains. So when we turn to the primary role of the Department of Cooperative Governance, it has no real capacity to support provinces and municipalities in distress. COGTA has no answers to water and sanitation crises, the sewage works that no longer works in most provinces, destroying the economies of small towns. COGTA has no answers to the liquidity crisis in local government, the fact that municipalities can't collect revenue or get value for expenditure. It has offered no assistance to municipalities to escape the burden of ESCOM dependence and load shedding. There is no intellectual capital, just stories about one plans and one budgets and how South Africa is one country. South Africa is one country, but some parts of this country work better than others. We should learn from them, leverage what works to fix what does not work. Policy decisions need to be made on the basis of what actually works, what improves people's lives and makes them safer. Many of these failing ANC policies have shrunk the pool of talent and resources available to municipalities, preventing them from playing any developmental role. The DA does not support this report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF rejects the budgetary review and recommendation report by the Portfolio Committee of COGTA. The committee received several complaints from communities relating to the late payment of the community work programs in rural areas such as Mpumalanga, Northwest, Gauteng, and Eastern Cape. And the total amount of 4 billion, Chairperson, said to be spent in this program, while results of training of participants are not clear. It is a plain corruption which the minister does not have appetite to investigate. The big question, who are the real owners of these NPOs who pockets millions of rands every month in this program? There are also payments made to ghost participants, and the department has not made double dipping an urgent priority to address to save state funds and ensure that these are spent in an efficient manner. Our municipalities are in their worst state ever since the dawn of political freedom. Many of these municipalities are simply dysfunctional, while many metros still under ANC government are focused on looting and not on servicing our people. As we speak, Chairperson, Disebotla municipality has been dissolved just less than a year into an office after 2021 local government elections. That's what the department is good at, because they lack capacity to deal with crises that are engulfed all municipalities. They rush Section 139 and send administrators who are used by politicians to loot more in the municipalities using this Section 139 of the Constitution. When we ask them in the portfolio committee, for instance, in one of the municipalities that we have went for an oversight, and then that municipality went and elects the new leadership of that municipality, but there is still an administrator in that municipality in Mpumalanga. And the people around that municipality are telling us that the administrator,
thank you very much.
He went with a very large security to protect
Thank
him.
you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. One of the focal points of this committee's deliberations is to ensure that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs fulfills its mandate that municipalities provide adequate service delivery to South Africans. Therefore, realistically, issues such as fruitless and wasteful expenditure should not be associated with this department. However, as per the report, the 4.4 million in fruitless and wasteful expenditure of the Department of COGTA, coupled with the historic outstanding balances of fruitless and wasteful expenditure of other portfolios in the department, signals otherwise. The South African Local Government Association recently stated that the budget allocations for municipalities are not enough to address service delivery issues. Allow me to put it to you that the budgets are only effective if funding allocations are honored and not mismanaged. The Auditor General stated that 26% of municipalities had ended the year in a deficit. This means that next year's budget would pay for the expenditure of the previous years, and at 29% of municipalities, it would be more than half of the budget. The vicious cycle of indebted municipalities will continue unless greater emphasis is placed on the implementation of consequence management measures. Failing to investigate fruitless and wasteful expenditures or failing to implement subsequent recommendations will result in enabling officials to continue with the misappropriation of funds. Basic service delivery is not a luxury, but a constitutional right. How is the department upholding this constitutional right of South Africans when it is turning a blind eye to the accumulation of fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, Chair. Citizens of Africa is left vulnerable to the danger of the ANC legacy of local government, a legacy in which any municipality in the hands of the ANC is doomed beyond measure. The ANC legacy is easy to identify. It is those municipalities like Disebotla in the Northwest that have no financial management, no adherence to laws, cadre deployment, corruption, fraud to the detriment of the local community, mafias running the tender allocation process, intimidation and criminal intent, infighting to such an extent that there is no service delivery. It is the result of an ideology of the ANC that failed in South Africa, a legacy of the ANC of lawlessness, criminality, and disabled governments, all for power and money, even if it means to break the back of the taxpayers in local government and destroy their local economies. In Disebotla, it was the ANC council that brought instability and made the government of Disebotla unmanageable, to such a point that the provincial government had to intervene and dissolve the municipality. That after years of no intervention of the ANC internal structures. A legacy of the ANC is the ANC leadership running scared to intervene with its own structure and remove councillors that is responsible for the collapse of service delivery. It appears that the ANC is a snake that swallows its own tail. The Disebotla and South Africa deserve a government that act in the interest of the people. This must be ensured by the Department of COGTA, yet the minister on numerous occasions said that he cannot get involved in running of local government. Yet local government legislation have a lot of red lights built in and was ignored by the ANC government. Therefore, the Minister, the Department and the ANC is responsible for the decay of municipalities, and without action, there's a dark picture being painted. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, as we consider the key performance areas of this report, the ACDP asserts that this department is failing. The failure is underscored by the fact that the Department of Cooperative Governance is still the only auditee with a qualified audit finding, with all other auditees obtaining a clean audit. It is scandalous in the view of the ACDP that with our current economic challenges, the department is the highest contributor to irregular expenditure of some 500 million during the period of review. To add insult to injury, there also remains 3.3 billion in unresolved irregular expenditure emanating from prior years going back to 2013. The report notes that the community work program was mainly responsible for the 4.4 million of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, with an unresolved unauthorized expenditure of 1.1 million emanating also from prior years. In this regard, the ACDP wonders whether the principles of consequence management is understood and applied in this department. The use of community work programs must be addressed, as all three audit qualifications relate to these CWPs hired by the department as implementing agents with insufficient experience in financial reporting obligations and asset management systems. This is a recipe for disaster and will result in further audit qualifications in the years to come. The ACDP agrees with the report's recommendation in that the minister cannot abdicate her responsibility by distancing herself from the problems of the CWPs and their supply chain management processes. The minister must remember that everything rises or falls with leadership. Right now, local government is failing and local government is falling, and it is failing and falling because of poor leadership. The ACDP does not support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
We don't support the report, Chair. No declaration.
Thank you. ATM. Good.
We have no declaration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. NFP.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party welcomes and supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Corporate Governance and Judicial Affairs. Contributed, Chairperson, to irregular department has done something about it. And more importantly, irregular expenditure has been going on for a long period of time, since 2013, and very little or nothing has been done about it. But very importantly, Chairperson, we want to highlight that, COCTA has a responsibility to ensure there's ethical leadership at local government level. And more importantly, the impact that coalition governments are having on local government, the instability that is being caused, and COCTA is urged not to wait too long, because eventually it is the people on the ground that suffer as a result of the instability caused through the selfishness and greed of political parties that are vying for power and creating instability in local government level. The other problem that we have and the concern is, why is COCTA not willing to do something about ensuring ethical leadership in terms of a more credible and transparent processes of procurement and things? Despite SALGA attempting to try and bring some credibility to local government level, but despite that, the resources allocated to SALGA is well spent, and in this case, you can see that 92%. However, I don't think, if you convert that to results that we are getting, the expected results that we need to ensure that we have ethical leadership at local government level. So I think, having said this, the National Freedom Party will support this, but calling on COCTA to play a more pivotal role in ensuring that we have a higher standards of leadership, particularly at local government.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The AIC.
Honorable Chair, Chapter 13 of the NDP seeks to build a capable and developmental state. in terms of the NDP, building a developmental state will not gain traction without a concerted effort to improving relations between national, provincial, and local government. It cannot be gainsaid that local government will need to be supported and capacitated. The committee report raises this important point sharply, in that it profiles the work of SALGA and municipal infrastructure support agents. The performance of SALGA is quintessential to local government. Not only SALGA is part of neglect, it is also part of the NCOP. That it continues to receive clean audits and continuously sustains good financial governance attests to its strong leadership, and the department should be commended in this regard. Honorable Chair, what seems to be emerging strongly in the report, regrettably, is the work conducted under community work program. Not only are contracts irregularly awarded under this program, there are also reported cases of irregular expenditure and poor CPW implementation problems. Payments to deceased beneficiaries were also flagged in the report. While there was plentiful time spent on the CWP and its challenges, we do not think there was sufficient profiling of how the department handled the KZN floods in line with existing disaster relief and management protocols. We also believe that Municipal Demarcation Board must be depoliticized as its board is currently led by an ANC senior leader in the Free State. Nonetheless, we support the recommendations in the report.
Thank you. Cope, PC.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you, Aljama.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the time has come for Kochta and the Minister and the Department to rise to the next level. We haven't seen any intervention to integrate, for example, the Ugu district into what is going to be part of South Africa's second smart city. It cannot be that the villages in the Ugu district, for example, like in Omdoni and the surrounding villages, must be left out of the development of a smart city. Kochta also needs to lobby and give infrastructure support, especially for dams in the former Transkei, the first to fight the liberation struggle, but the last to get water. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Masibonge Sihlalo. Our frank and blunt report state our findings that are neither new nor unexpected.
Yeah, thank you.
We have repeatedly expressed our concern over the lack of planning, project management, and outcomes management in the Community Works program, which has resulted in 3 qualified audits for the department. Until we get on top of the performance management of the implementing agents, we are going to continue to sit with the huge amount of irregular expenditure. This policy program, which gets to the heart of addressing unemployment and poverty, and is in such an important, impactful program as it empowers people. Yet, it is being let down by management matters that have to be resolved. Clearly, the process of appointing implementing agents is a challenge. The revised model is still under scrutiny as to where it has been able to address the challenges. We certainly need the monitoring, support, and intervention management bill, long overdue, to be tabled in Parliament, as many of the challenges we have identified in local government can be assisted through the bill. Our concerns remain with Section 139 improvement plans and interventions on the basis that the same municipalities require interventions and many are not improving. The capability of the National Disaster Management Center to respond adequately to disasters as shown by the Parliamentary Ad hoc Committee oversight work has been exposed and needs urgent attention given the consequences. The ANC supports the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I put the motion again. Are there any objections?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Noted.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
Noted.
Please note the objection of the FF plus.
Thank you. Noted.
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. With all those objections noted, the report is therefore agreed to. I'll ask the secretary to read the 13th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Health.
Thank you. I don't know what just happened. Thank you. There have been requests. Let me first recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party.
House Chairperson, I rise that the report be adopted.
Thank you. With that instruction, may I now allow declarations and now recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. As highlighted in the Auditor General's report, the Department of Health's irregular expenditure has ballooned to 1.3 billion rand, a 42% increase from the past financial year. Yet critical vacancies remain a problem. The total expenditure for employee compensation in 2021-2022 was 848 million rand. The department could have completely eradicated personnel shortages if it simply rooted out corruption and implemented effective monitoring systems. They have not done so. By far, most of the wasted money is due to non-compliance of procurement procedure, supply chain management prescripts, and contract monitoring controls. This practice has become part and parcel of the department's DNA. And that is the very reason why the DA vehemently opposes the NHI. The bill will just become another grand scale looting system funded by the South African taxpayer. The AG also highlighted the lack of consequence management within the DOH and its entities. The Health Ombudsman laid bare the reality of systemic mismanagement, crumbling infrastructure, and chronic staff shortages. He said, and I quote, "As things stand today, we couldn't go into the NHI with the level of inspections and certification we have done so far, because I suspect most of the hospitals will not meet the high standards required by the NHI." The Ombudsman also stated that the Western Cape was the exception to the rule. During the committee's debate on the BRRR reports, the ANC and the chairperson of Health Committee refused to add reasonable recommendations regarding the department's budgetary review from the DA and other political parties. Our constitutional
Thank you,
right as a
Honourable
committee
Member. Your
member of
time
the
is
Health
up.
Department was denied.
Thank you,
The
ma'am.
DA refuses to be a
Honourable
rubber
Member,
stamp.
your
We
time
do
is
not
up.
support this report.
I will urge that the members look at their left-hand side. I haven't recognized anyone. Honorable members who are going to speak, please take note of the time at your left-hand side. I now recognize the EFF.
Thanks, House Chairperson. The country deserves to know that Minister Joe Phahle is the worst Minister of Health in the history of ANC governance in this country. He isn't under the microscope because he is overseeing the manifestation of the NHI that will empower the private sector and
There's a
neglect
point
the
of order,
public
Honourable
sector
Member,
and our
please hold
people in
on.
the rural areas.
Point of order.
On a point of order, Chair, a member cannot speak and make noise while the other member is on the podium and is speaking.
Okay, what if the member is requesting that we shouldn't drown the speaker? You may proceed, Honorable Speaker, on the podium.
Thanks, House Chairperson. Financial management across entities have worsened. This department, led by Minister Joe Phaahla, has normalized crime and the geese of irregular and wasteful expenditure. Our Department of Health has money to fund the corruption activities of President Cyril Ramaphosa's nephew at Tembisa Hospital, but not the contraceptives of Black women in town in the Northwest. This Department of Health has money to buy one chair that costs 37 rand for 5,000 rand under Minister Phaahla. That will never result in anyone losing their job or being arrested because, in all honesty, people leading this country are beneficiaries of crime and corruption, of the stealing of money meant to keep people's of money that is meant to keep the people alive here in this country. The most brutal form of corruption. You buy your lifestyle habits with our people's lives, and there is absolutely no shame from the president down to the procurement officers of our health facilities. The EFF continues to call on the government of the day to stop misleading our people by telling them that the NHI will make them equal to the rich. Our people must know that there is no benefit for them if there aren't any private hospital where they live at. The money that is meant to better the clinics they go to the will now go to Netcare and other private hospitals under the NHI. We continue to demand that the true prioritization of primary health care, prevention and education as true tenants of our healthcare systems.
Thank you.
This
Honourable
report
Member,
was
your
done
time is up.
without any consideration of other political
Honourable
parties.
Member.
We therefore reject.
I now recognize the IFP, and I'll request while the IFP is coming before that the IT, when the presiding officer says that the time is up, you must switch off the mic of the person speaking, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The findings of the Auditor General on the National and Provincial Department of Health remain unchanged year after year. This department does not deal with the buildings or roads or aeroplanes, but its job is to directly safeguard and look after the health and well-being of South African citizens when there is no accountability or consequence management for failing to uphold this responsibility. It is not just a waste of money and resource, it means a loss of life. The government is not taking care of the people. Generally, healthcare has become inaccessible to the South African people. The IFP would like to bring attention to the continued failing of public sector cancer services, a lack of oncology, drugs, broken and limited equipment and facilities results extensive waiting times that lead to preventable deaths. The National Cancer Strategic Frame for 2017 to 2022 and its policies have been applauded by civil society. However, they have come to remain little in the face of absent implementation. The department is failing its constitution mandate. South African not only badly to assess, but are even in some instances totally denied their right of the healthcare services. The IFP accepts
Thank you, Honourable
the
Member.
report.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I now recognize the FF Plus. I do give them some few seconds, Honourable Members. I'm not harsh, but they must stick to the time allocated. Over to you, Honorable FF Plus.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. Huisvoorsitter, op 19 Oktober vanjaar is die VF+ en ander oppositiepartye se insette om die aanbevelings van die begrotingsoorsig en aanbevelingsverslag te wysig in die komitee deur die ANC van die tafel afgevee. Een van hierdie wysigings was dat die Departement van Gesondheid 'n verslag aan die komitee moet verskaf om behoorlike maatreëls in plek te stel om korrupsie, wanbestuur en wanadministrasie behoorlik te bekamp, wat tot gevolg gehad het dat die departement slegs 'n gekwalifiseerde audit ontvang het en dat daar tans mediese regseise teen die departement ingedien is met 'n waarde van R125 miljard. En dan is daar ook die onverkoeste uitgawes van R1.3 miljard. Die VF+ het gepoog om nie minder nie as 11 wysigings aan hierdie aanbevelings aan te bring. Parlementslede se grondwetlike verpligting om die departement en sy entiteite verantwoordelik te hou en tot verantwoording te roep, was deur sekere lede en een lid van die ANC in hierdie komitee in die grond in vertrap. Die ANC se optrede hierteenoor was gruwelooslik geweest. Die Vryheidsfront Plus kan hierdie verslag ondersteun. Dankie voorsitter.
Dankie. I now recognize the ACDP. Switch on the mic, madam. Much better. The performance of the department is not a pretty tale, and for years to come, COVID-19 will be seen as the pandemic that exposed governments. As we stand here today, we are still none the wiser on the operation of the No-Fault Compensation Fund. We have no idea what are the terms government signed with pharmaceutical companies to procure COVID-19 vaccines. Consider that we're in a dispensation of a democratic South Africa, yet we have no transparency from the department, and it should be noted that the committee requested that all donors and partners of SAPRA should be made available to the committee. Chair, the name Babita Dukaran has become the symbol of the fight against looting and thievery that plagues the public sector. Her death stands as an indictment against the government and the culture of impunity that persists in supply chain processes. The pit of corruption runs deep in our provincial hospitals, such as the Tembisa Hospital. The failures in supply chain management processes, the lack of strategic sourcing as a discipline to be developed in the Department of Health is glaringly obvious. COVID-19 vaccines were bought for billions and a further 7.4 billion borrowed for vaccine procurement. This while there is every indication that supply outweighs demand and the stockpiles of vaccines will most likely go to waste, increasing irregular and wasteful expenditure. The biggest indictment, lastly, is found in the following words by the Auditor General. Audit outcomes for the majority of provinces remain stagnant as they receive the same audit outcomes as in previous years, qualified with no improvement. We do not support this report. Thank you. Thank you. I now recognize the UTM.
Chairperson, thank you very much. South African public hospitals have been battling with serious challenges such as mismanagement of funds, lack of leadership, shortages of medicine resources and staff, and surgery delays. Regarding the overall performance of this department, there are many areas the department has to improve on. Firstly, there has to be a detailed turnaround plan to curb the alarming rate of surgery backlogs. According to media reports, as it stands today, public hospitals have a backlog of about 200,000 elective surgeries. This needs to be prioritized as it is a constitutional right for people to get quality healthcare and basic services. But in addition, there is a danger that some of the elective surgeries might move to a point where they become semi-elective surgeries and then put a strain on the resources of the country. Secondly, since the mental health policy framework and strategic plan for 2013 until 2020 has lapsed, we have yet to see a revision and an update on the policy framework and plan to be in place in this financial year to ensure that quality mental health care services are accessible and integrated at all levels of our healthcare system. This is particularly important given the mental strain and the psychological challenges that people experience during COVID-19. And lastly, the department has reported a property maintenance increase of about 600 million under property, plant and equipment from about 2 billion, whilst hospitals in the Eastern Cape have been floundering with broken equipment and dilapidated property. 3 hospitals in the Eastern Cape in particular have had to move to a crisis management point because of lack of maintenance and challenges, while resources are not being properly utilized to ensure that all the hospitals around the country.
Honourable Member. Thank you very much. We shall proceed. Honourable members, I recognize ATM. I recognize Good.
Chairperson, we have no declaration. Thank you.
I recognize the NFP. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the National Freedom Party notes the report of the Department of Health and supports the report. However, allow me to raise some of our concerns. Whilst we believe that the national health insurance is the way to go, we certainly not convinced that the department is and will be ready anytime soon to be able to roll out national health insurance or universal healthcare effectively in the country, given the poor state of particularly our primary healthcare facilities, the lack or the shortage of medical practitioners or general practitioners. In fact, even clinical associates that were trained and paid for by the department are not being used by the department. Many of them remain unemployed. But very importantly, Chairperson, I want to raise a concern. And SAPRA and the National Department of Health are either deliberately ignoring it or doing very little or nothing. And that is the rise in the number of patients at very young age that are having strokes or dying of cardiac arrest. And all these people, or most of them, have been vaccinated. And the question that arises, is there any link between the vaccines that they have taken and the high numbers of cardiac arrest in the country and stroke, and particularly amongst the young? And I know that SAPRA has an attitude that they will ignore this and do very little about to address this as a matter alone. You know, the number of contracts under 500,000 rand that were signed off by the CEO must be dealt with, and these people must be brought to book, Chairperson. Can you imagine during the height of COVID, when our people were dying mercilessly, many of these people were looting? I mean, what kind of humanity you find in these people? Have they lost it all? The National Freedom Party's concern is that the National Department is tasked
Thank you,
with the
Honourable
responsibility
Member.
of
Your time
protecting
is
the
up.
health of millions of people.
Thank you
We
so much,
support this
Honourable
report.
Member. I recognize the AIC. COPE. PAC.
No declaration from PAC, Chair.
Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, those with generational wealth must not deny those prevented to build generational wealth from getting good medical care. It is important to get a right to health care and not just access. The NHI must rise and work to save lives. It cannot be that those on medical aid lives and others not on health schemes die. The sooner legislation is passed, the poor in South Africa will get a Christmas box better than freedom. And that is a right to health care and the right to live. Oversight is important by honorable members and will address the concerns that has been raised. Oversight is what is needed with this flagship program. What many say is as important to the freedom that was so hard fought for. The leadership and the portfolio committee against all odds has brought matters to a head and must be congratulated as the NHI is on the radar, a beacon of hope for all South Africans. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, did you say ANC?
Definitely, it's your turn. Honorable
Thank you,
Member.
Chairperson. The budgetary review and recommendations reporting process remains one of the important strategies of our country's governance cycle towards ensuring that the department's budget is appropriate to improve health outcomes of all patients. As the African National Congress, we acknowledge some of the issues which have been flagged by the Auditor General. We support the following as the Portfolio Committee on Health. We require detailed reporting on how the department will assist provinces to deal with accruals, medical legal claims, infrastructure development and maintenance of healthcare facilities, internal controls and instruments to monitor and eliminate irregular, wasteful and fruitless expenditure, the timely filling of critical posts with people with the right skills, support for adequate processes to provinces to maintain supporting evidence to substantiate financial and predetermined objectives performance. Following are some of the recommendations for implementation by the department, specifically address the growing problem of mental health co-occurrence with drug and substance use disorders, specifically with emphasis on the implementation of the mental health policy framework, the opening of nursing colleges and attendance to the challenge of finalization of the nursing training curriculum, address the challenge of the training platforms of all healthcare professionals, including medical specialists, digitization of all aspects of the health sector, especially medical records, fast-tracking the implementation of the Human Resources for Health program and plans to address gender-based violence. In conclusion, the adoption of this BRRR is in part a shift to strengthen the healthcare system and to focus on critical areas required for the rollout of the National Health Insurance. The ANC supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now put the motion again. Are there any objections?
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Chairperson, note the objection of the FF plus.
Honorable Chair, please note the
No,
objection of the
no,
EFF.
honorable members. If possible, just raise your hand so that I can recognize you, so that not many voices raising. It will be problematic in terms of noting. EFF, for proper recording, EFF, for proper record. EFF, okay, will pass.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
DA, yes.
Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. FF plus,
Chairperson, objection of the FF plus, please.
ACTP,
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
noted accordingly.
And the UDM chair,
Noted accordingly.
much obliged to you.
The motion is agreed to and the objections have been noted accordingly. Now we'll request the secretary to read the 14th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resources and Energy.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members. We have received declarations, requests for declarations for votes. We will now allow for up to 2 minutes per party. One a member of each political party wishes to make a declaration. Any declarations, honorable members? I'll see we'll start with the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. This report reflects a department which is failing to get to grips with its mandate. There is absolutely no sense of urgency to deal with South Africa's energy crisis, whether we're talking about electricity or liquid fuels. The department seems to think that it has technical skills and the business knowledge to manage a large refinery like Secretariat. This is simply ridiculous, given that the oil majors are pulling out of South Africa's refining sector because they cannot justify the business case. If these companies with decades of experience cannot make a go of the biggest refinery in South Africa, we have to question what makes the DMRE think they can do better. The department has made no progress on the integrated resource plan and appears to be outsourcing this to Eskom. It's equally concerning that there have been numerous delays in the rollout of the various independent power producers' procurement programs. The state mining company, the African Exploration and Mining Finance Company, is not a star performer. It's small and underpowered. 2 years ago, the CEO was dismissed for dishonesty and nepotism and blocked from ever again holding a position in an SOE for unauthorized commitments to buy a Gupta coal mine. An experienced high-level investment professional said of the AEMFC annual report, if anyone in my previous 30 companies I've worked at tried to present this, they would be told to pack their bags right there and leave. And yet this BRRR says this entity should be given the rights to all new mineral deposits. With the state's monumental and continued and repeated and exception-free failure to run anything other than into the ground, you'd have to be an ANC or EFF MP to believe making all mining the business of the state will benefit either the state or the people. This recommendation alone makes this BRRR delusional. We do not support delusions.
Thank you. Now I recognize the EFF.
We do not support you, Lorima.
Is that EFF speaking? Order, honorable members. Allow EFF member to speak, please.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The EFF accepts the report. It should, however, be noted that the department thus far has used over 96% of its allocated budget, but has only met 72% of its target. The National Treasury benchmark is 80%. Anything below that is a failure, and we must not sugarcoat it. It must also be very concerning that each year, funds that should have gone towards providing services instead go to wasteful, irregular, and fruitless expenditure, and there are no consequences for those who misuse money and no desire for consequence management. This department has stacks and stacks of urgent and important legislation and policies that are pending but are not being processed. While we grapple with this dereliction of duty, we must still grapple with the abrupt withdrawal of the gas amendment bill after taxpayers' money was used to hold public hearings across the country. What makes matters even more perplexing is that NEXA, the entity that would have been assisted by some of the amendments, is as shocked as everyone about this withdrawal. The merger of the two departments is still being blamed for certain difficulties, Chairperson, indicating that it has not entirely been completed. Moreover, there is no progress on the merger of Petro SA, iGas, and SFF. Chairperson, we were given the impression South Africa has a state-owned mining company, only to find out it's just a mere competitor for coal tenders. It makes no sense that the state-owned mining company is not the main source of coal for Eskom, while we are experiencing load shedding. Our entities are discovering minerals in our country, and instead of capacitating this mining company to start mining and processes other minerals besides coal, mining licenses are still given to the private sector and foreigners. Although this department claims to be serious about combating illegal mining, there is no plan for closure of derelict and ominous mines. In closing, it is safe to say that the solar water geyser project was never about service delivery, but financial benefit for some individuals through corrupt means. An investigation in this regard is long overdue. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable member. I recognize the IFP.
Thank you, Commissar.
Our country and the rest of the world are facing a fast-paced energy transition. Several high unrealistic scenarios and assumptions, most with ulterior profit motives, are muddying the waters, including the idea that the entire world can be powered by alternative renewable energy resources, and the notion that the global energy system can be completely transformed almost overnight. Most alarming of all is the assumption being made that right transition strategy exists. At this point, Honorable Chair, does not. We must be focused on energy security that is both sustainable and affordable as a priority. For only then we can realistically look at economic development. Talking about the net zero economy when we can't even keep our lights on is a fairy tale. Let's get the basics right first and set realistic and achievable goals. To accomplish this, we must take a hard look at facts before us, which are undisputable. Eskom is a total and utter failure. Let's accept that and open the energy supply space to private sector. Honorable Chair, foreign direct investment will be beating down our doors to invest South Africa if we open the energy supply space. Currently, this space is crippled by policy paralysis, and unless and until we remove such barriers and create a more investment-friendly environment, we will not solve our energy supply demand. In respect of mineral resource, there must be a greater beneficiation in terms of employment, skills transfer, and surrounding areas community development. Our country's resources should first and foremost benefit South Africans. The IFP support the report.
Thank you. I now recognize the FF Plus.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, die visie van hierdie departement ter sprake is to be a leader in the transformation of the South African economy through economic growth and sustainable development in mining and energy. One needs not to read the whole BRRR document to realize that the department fails to realize its vision. We have load shedding on a regular basis, and our roads are run to pieces with truckloads full of unprocessed ore, leaving the country to create economic growth elsewhere. Die BRRR is baie soos 'n eksamen. As jy die nodige vermoë het en ywer aan die dag lê, sal die resultate dit wys. In hierdie geval kon die departement 96% van sy geld uitgee, maar hy kon net 72% van sy doelwitte bereik. Die feit dat dit 'n verbetering bo verlede jaar se 41% is maar 'n skrale troos. Die probleem lê klaar blyklik by wat die verslag menslike kapitaal noem. Die program vir mineraal en petroleum regulering skryf sy gebrek aan prestasie aan vakante poste toe. The program for policy developments blames its lack of performance to consultancy with stakeholders. Considering the 11 entities within the department, it does not look better. The Central Energy Fund has only one positive feedback. At least it could give some direction to the ailing Petro SA, so die een blinde lei die ander. Norway, who has to deal with nuclear waste, did not reach its human capital strategic plan. Nexa, who actually operates a country's nuclear facilities, creates significant doubt with the Auditor General on its ability to continue to operate as a going concern. When the Minister for Mineral and Energy, kom ons los dit nou maar daar, hy sê as dit in sy departement was, Eskom sou dit gewerk het. Is daar enigiets wat ons so laat dink? Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you. I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. In the midst of a severe energy crisis with ongoing load shedding having a devastating impact on households and businesses, this report does not make for good reading. The ACDP regrets that a number of important targets were not met. If one takes, for example, Program 3, 8 targets were not achieved. And let's just have a look at these targets. The department planned to table the Mine and Health and Safety Bill. It was not done. The draft National Petroleum Company Bill, it was a delay in finalization. Beneficiation Master Plan was not approved. The National Nuclear Regulator Amendment Bill, this did not happen. The Radioactive Waste Management Fund Bill was due to be submitted to Cabinet. The bill had to be redrafted. The Gas Master Plan to Cabinet, there was a delay. The National Energy Regulator Amendment Bill did not happen. Of the 8 planned quality mineral publications, only 4 were produced. That's under the one program. If you then look at the mineral and energy resources programs, the target of procuring 6,800 megawatts of renewable energy did not materialize. The issuing of a RFP for 3,000 megawatts from gas did not happen as planned. The issue of a RFP for 1,500 megawatts from coal was not achieved. So we see significant targets that were not achieved. We see as well the SA Nuclear Energy Corporation, NEXA, obtaining a disclaimer, and it's been ongoing since 2018. Now, this is significant. There is also concerns about its ongoing concern as a going concern. So, Chairperson, when one then considers this report in totality, it covers a number of areas, but it is of great concern. And I share other speakers' views that the minister saying that if Eskom was under his domain, it would be working, cannot be believed, and therefore the ACDP will not support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the UTM.
No declarations, Chair. We don't support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM. Good.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
NFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Nationalist Freedom Party notes and supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Mineral Resource and Energy. Allow me to start off by saying this, that this department had set itself 81 performance targets for 2021-22. Of that, they've only achieved 58 or 72% and fell short by 23 or 28% of its target. The departments, however, and this is what we're very good at, Chairperson, spent 96% of its allocated budget, while it only achieved 72% of its performance targets for the year. In the previous financial year, this department had set itself 70 targets and only achieved 43 or 61%. Now, I want to move something completely different, Chairperson. Going on an oversight visit, particularly to the different provinces. And what we saw was shocking. This department has done very little or nothing to address the concerns of the communities that are living here where illegal mining is taking place. I want to raise particularly a concern in the Rivoli, Bosmont area where there's a gas pipeline, there's a fuel pipeline running, and explosives are being detonated. And I've raised this before, very little or nothing is happening. When is something going to happen? When there's going to be a disaster and tens of thousands of people are going to lose their lives? If you go to the Benoni area, Springs and that area, they say there's something like 20,000 illegal miners are underground working. They as a community living underground. That is how bad the situation is. Mining companies that entered into agreements not even rehabilitate the mine after they've taken the cream off the crop when they went away. That is basically what has happened. But this department has done very little or nothing to address these concerns of these communities. I want to urge you, Chair, to get this department to deal with this, failing which I promise you thousands of people are going to lose their lives if we don't deal with this matter as a matter of urgency. Thank you. The NFP will support the report.
I recognize the AIC. COPE, PAC.
Honorable Chair, PAC supports this report with no further declaration.
Thank you. I now recognize Al-Jama.
No declaration, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC.
House Chairperson, the department continues to play a prominent role regardless of the complexity of the challenges facing the country within the energy and extractive industries, as revealed by the department's performance in 2021-2022 financial year. Although, of course, the Auditor General of South Africa questioned some of the achieved annual performance targets of the department is certainly making strenuous efforts to align its annual performance targets with the national development goal and the relevant policies of the ANC government. In addition, the department has shown a willingness to correct the vacant post rate, which denies the department the much needed technical and critical expertise to fulfill its mandate, as well as wasteful and fruitless expenditure that encourages lax management. The DMRE has at its disposal the necessary resources to tackle these challenges and in turn, become a true champion of minerals and energy development in the country. For these improvements that were made by this department, the ANC will support the BRRR report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? I recognize the DA.
Please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you. I recognize FF Plus.
Please note the objection of the FF Plus.
I recognize ACDP.
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The motion, the objections would be noted accordingly, and the motion is agreed to. I will now request the secretary to read the 15th order of the day.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Transport.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party.
Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any declarations I now put to the political parties who wishes to make declarations, DA?
Thank you, House Chair. The 17.4 billion rands that Sanral announced to be spent on new roads and bridges should not be queried. What the DA is questioning is why all of the recent granted contracts go to foreign firms, why local tenders were cancelled and in May, and why tenders were called for after all the amounts were known and not going to local businesses. We shouldn't be wondering why 396 allegedly outdated long-distance Shosaloza mail train carriages are being scrapped. The DA is questioning why they were left to fall apart on abandoned sidings in Pretoria's Bosman Street station for more than 10 years. Only 22 can be renovated, and the ANC will now dump over 307 carriages to a scrapyard. We're also asking why the department continues to pay 141,000 rands for each minibus turned in as a subsidy for taxi renewal. Estimates point to around 6,000 illegally converted panel vans that is said to be, let me repeat that, my apologies. Estimates point to around 6,000 illegally converted panel vans into taxis currently on our roads, as opposed to 2,300 mentioned in 2009. This, while nothing is said about the estimated 3,000 illegally converted ambulances also on our roads. We shouldn't be praising the railway safety regulator for its notably increase in cash flow and cosmetic improvements in financial performance. In 5 years, the RSR's total net assets went from 226,000 to 62 million rand. This in the main being fines tapped from PRASA and Transnet, while our trains remain unsafe and our infrastructure ruined.
Thank you, Honourable
Improved
Member. Your
conditions
time
will
is up.
only increase opportunities.
Thank you.
While
Honourable Member.
we do not support this.
Honourable members, I said it earlier on, probably now I need to make a reference to the rule. Rule 80. I haven't recognized anyone, Honourable Member. Honourable Member. I request that you take your seat from where you are coming from, this side. Thank you very much. No, I'm trying to have order here, honourable members. It's so unfair for the presiding officer to say time is up more than twice, because the member would see that the time is up. In terms of Rule 80, for anyone now, I'm not going to repeat it per member. I will ask the ICT to switch you off, and I'll request the ICT to rise to that occasion. I now recognize the EFF. Thank you very much. EFF.
The mandate of the Department of Transport is maximizing the contribution of the transport to the economic and social development goals of society, providing safe, reliable, efficient, and effective, fully integrated transport system that best meet the needs of the passengers and freight users. This we all know that unfortunately not been the case. The Department of Transport has failed to maintain its mandate to the people of South Africa. There are no measures in place to curb and assist the poorest of the poor with the ever-increasing prices of taxi and bus fares. There are no indication to decrease one of the highest levies on fuel in the world. The mechanism currently used to fund SOEs like Road Accident Fund are unsuitable, while the system built is highly beneficial to the legal fraternity on exorbitant legal fees. Building suitable infrastructure is fundamental and ensuring the security of state infrastructure is well maintained. We are all in the mess that we are in regarding rail transport because of the comrade spirit. The cadre deployment has led to the entitlement and hence the collapse of all rail infrastructure. Aviation has become a resource used by the rich and upper class. The cost of flying continue to increase and there is no indication on how to get ticket prices down. This has in turn affected jobs in the aviation industry. The tourism industry has hit all-time low
Thank you.
as
Honorable
local
Member. Your time
tourism
is
were
up.
contributing largely to the economy.
ICT, switch off the mic.
We therefore do not support this.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the IFP.
Siyabonga, Sihlalo. This report of the Department of Transport and its entities shows South Africans the very definition of a failing government. Each year through the budget process, Cabinet promises to rectify the issues experienced where we are promised service delivery if the budget is approved. Unfortunately, nothing has materialized as indicated by the departments and its entities' self-determined KPIs. Transportation form part of the country's economic backbone, and yet, if look at infrastructure, we are so far behind in terms of maintenance, let alone improvements, that it will take years to fix. Potholes are a persistent problem in our country. Unfortunately, Chair, this department and its entities do not have stable leadership team which could address the concerns as there are some 61 important vacant posts, and at the entities, the story is much the same. In the department, there is no permanent director general, Chair. Sandral do not have the CEO. SAMSA, no CEO. At RTIA, there is no CEO. These are key vacancies that need to be filled for the department and its entities to acquire direction needed to achieve their target. For example, PRASA has only achieved 19% of its target as reported on the 11th of October. This is why a country is being starved of reliable rail network that can ease the freight burden and limit deaths on our road. SAMSA without CEO is unable to prepare proper financial statements, making the Auditor General's job very impossible. This department does not take the committee seriously and under its current leadership cannot honor any call for clean governance. It's now time that the president becomes involved and look at the management structure as we cannot afford this department. This is the problem of your government.
Thank you very much. Now I recognize FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, failure on failure on failure. There's not an entity of this department that does not need a turnaround strategy. And even those turnaround plans completely fail. It's a completely failed department, which is actually the backbone of our economy. Without infrastructure, without transport, we can't have an economy. Then you can stand here and talk about the economy and a developing state and developing and assisting the poor and building an effective economy, but it won't work because you completely destroyed this department and its entities. If you look at the findings of the Auditor General, it's very clear, a lack of capacity and skills. You drove away those people with skills and you appointed your cadres as the board members of those entities, but only lined their own pockets and completely destroyed entities like PRASA. Now people are suffering because they don't have an effective railway system. You completely failed. And then you talk about the road accident fund. The road accident fund does not need any alternative funding model as the committee suggests. The road accident fund is a failure of your government and is completely ruining this economy because it also contributes to the high and unaffordable fuel price. It's a completely failed entity like all the other entities. This department has failed. The committee is not doing their oversight job. because the ANC is protecting their cadres and their cronies who stole the money. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the ACDP. ACDP.
And it must be seen against the recent Cape High Court order compelling the Minister of Transport to draft an action plan to stop attacks on Intercape, long-distance buses, with more than 150 shootings, stonings, and other acts of violence that were reported to various police stations. It's shocking that you have to get a court order to compel the minister to do what he is required to do by law. It must also be seen against the high numbers of deaths and injuries on our roads, and of course, the increasing claims against the RAF. A further 6 people died tragically when a truck and car collided on the N4 toll road in Mpumalanga this past Sunday. Those are lives that are being lost and people that are being injured. And whilst it is a very detailed report, it is very concerning that the Road Accident Fund and the Auditor General are in a court dispute. And thus the 2021-22 audit of the RAF was not finalized. How do you exercise oversight over the RAF when you don't have the audited financial statements? But what we do know about the RAF is that according to the medium-term budget policy statement, it, quote, remains a significant contingent liability, despite receiving a growing share of fuel tax levies. It is estimated that the accumulated deficit of the RAF will grow by a staggering 7.5% per year, from an existing 385.5 billion to 479 billion in 2024-24. And that must be a matter of great concern. And so the ACDP appreciates the fact that the committee itself has expressed frustrations. It says it is frustrating that the committee that the need for the department to ensure supply chain management has not been implemented. And of course, the issues relating to PRASA, which is the worst performing of all the entities. The ACDP will not support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize UTM.
No declaration, Chair. Thank you.
ATM. Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, Transport Month just ended last week, but there's not much to celebrate or to highlight, as our public transport services are failing commuters. In fact, Transport Month ended with the Western Cape Provincial Transport Department announcing it was abandoning the Blue Dot project abruptly. The 200 million rand project, which started in 2020, has raised many concerns, yet this was still implemented despite the objections about the legality of the project and whether it could be extended and sustained. The Blue Dot taxi project was really a vanity project that did not have benefit for the entire Western Cape taxi industry. The project was intended to bring stability to the taxi industry, promising commuters safe and reliable transport. Its failure has now brought about more uncertainty to an already volatile and unstable industry. Where was the National Department of Transport when the public transport funds were used to roll out a political gimmick without a plan, a strategy, or long-term viability? Also, the minister and the department must urgently look at the devolution of the contracting and regulatory functions to local government, especially those cities or city regions with the transport authority and the capacity to take on the functions. Good also calls on the National Department of Transport to intervene and start introducing a new operating license system for the minibus taxi industry. The current model of planning authorities playing boss and unilaterally determining demand on routes is outdated. If we were prepared to allow e-hailing operators to present their business plans to prove demand, and thus persuade cities to allocate sufficient operating licenses to meet that demand, there's no reason why we shouldn't do so for the minibus taxi industry. The current model is paternalistic and is the foundation for instability in the industry. It is also constraining supply where it is needed most due to an absence of other modes. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The department had 23 cases of irregular expenditure reported. During the period under review, the department had set itself 73 annual performance targets, and of these, it only achieved 59, translating to an achievement rate of 80% or 80.8%. It spent 64.9 billion or 99.2%. Once again, you can see how well we spend our budgets. During the reporting period, the department had set itself a target of creating 10,000 jobs through the PRASA infrastructure program. However, by the end of the period under review, a total of 1,154 jobs only had been created to the rolling stock renewal program. This consisted of 414 women, 809 youth, and 16 persons with disabilities. Now, the other concern we have is taking note of the fact that we've been having a lot of accidents on the road, particularly involving heavy-duty transport, particularly during the late hours of the night or early hours of the morning. The question is, when is this department going to consider putting stringent conditions or legislation in place to monitor particularly these heavy-duty drivers? What is happening is, as many of these people are paid per load. And as such, the more loads that they do, the more money they get paid. And unscrupulous business owners do not care about their well-being. And for that reason, you find there's a high level of accident. Of course, this is aggravated by the poor quality of the roads in any event. But I think if some measures are put in place to ensure, like we have in the United States of America, something good you can say about them at least, that they monitor the number of kilometers you travel and that you should be having a rest. If we can put some measures in place, I think we can prevent a lot of these accidents that are taking place and save a lot of life. And very
Thank you,
important.
Honorable Member. Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
AIC? COPE? PAC?
Honorable Chair, PAC support this report with no further declaration.
Thank you. I now recognize Al-Jama.
No declaration. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC.
Ndolivuwa muhulisei mudzula chidulo. Rinesa African National Congress rikotikedza mugaganyo gwama wodzuzanyelwaho na themendelo dza muvhigo wa muhasho wa zwa vhuendi. Mbekanyo mushumo dza sumbe dza muhasho dzo shumiwa, zwino muhasho usongo dzhiwa sa usongo shumisaho masheleni. Fhedziha u tea u khwinisa mashumele awo ngauri u vusuluza sia ḽa vhuendi shangoni ndi zwa ndeme kha nyaluwo na mveledziso ya zwa ikonomi nga u angaredza. U khwinisa sia ḽa vhuendi ha nnyi na nnyi kha vhashumi na vhashai ndi zwa ndeme ngauri vha ḓitika nga vhuendi u swikelela nḓivho dzavho. U tshimbidza mihwalo i tshi bva badani ya zwidimelani zwi ṱoḓa vhudzudzanyi havhuḓi na tshumisano yavhuḓi kha masia oṱhe a muvhuso ngauri hezwi zwi fhungudza khombo dzi badani. Komiti yo vha na muṱangano na ofisi ya muṱolambalelano malugana na mawanwa a muhasho wa vhuendi na zwiimiswa zwawo. Fhedzi komiti yo fululedza zwiimiswa zwine zwa shumisana kana zwine zwa vha fhasi ha muhasho wa vhuendi u fana na SACA na RTMC nge vha wana clean audit. Kha vha songo wanaho clean audit, komiti yo vha ṱuṱuwedza uri kha vha ye vha khwinifhadze nga u koreka na u khwinifhadza he vha si shume zwavhuḓi. Kha mahoro mahanedzi vha tea u limuwa uri mugaganyagwama wa muhasho u shumela ṱhoḓea dza vhuendi ha vhathu vhoṱhe vha Afrika Tshipembe, a u tei u shumiswa sa tshiimiswa tsha polotiki. Ri dzula muṱanganoni vha vhone vhono vhudzisesa vha ita na dzi themendelo, mara ri tshi ḓa hafha a vha tsha dovha vha amba zwe vha zwi amba. Kha vha fulufhedzee, vha vhe vhahulisei na ngoho.
Honourable members, this is Tanya Lyons from the National Assembly table. We are aware that we've lost connection with the chamber. We are trying to just re-establish it.
The front table can assist to check whether are we connected now. We are back. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, we are back. Okay. Honorable DA members and the Deputy Chief Whip, if we may proceed. Thank you very much. I'll request the Secretary to read the sixth order of the day. 16.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation on annual reports and financial statements of Department of Water and Sanitation and entities for 2021-2022 financial year.
Thank you. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party to tell us what to do.
Chairperson, I move that the report be adopted.
Are there any parties wishes to do the declaration on this vote? I'll start with the DA. DA.
Maiden speech.
Or the honorable member, I'm told it's his maiden speech as well. For the second time.
Third maiden speech. Geachte voorsitter, ek wil begin deur te sê dat die Demokratiese Alliansie met groot kommer kennis neem van die nuus van die ineenstorting van die Parekraal damwal naby Rustenburg en dat ons solidariteit met die gemeenskappe uitspreek wat moontlik deur die ramp geraak word. Chairperson, Gauteng province, the country's economic heartland, is experiencing major water shortages. In some areas, even the taps have run dry. Gauteng has water shortages even though the dams are full. And you might well ask, how is that even possible? The biggest problem lies with decaying infrastructure. This is the result of shrinking maintenance budgets and poor planning in response to rapid urbanization. The crisis in Gauteng already manifests itself in various other parts of the country. It is plain to see that water problems are escalating at a rapid rate. There's an urgent need, honourable members, to put water together with Eskom on the very top of the country's agenda. It comes as no surprise that the reasons for South Africa's deteriorating water situation is virtually identical to that of our now familiar energy crisis, namely insufficient long-term planning, a lack of institutional capacity, poor maintenance resulting in collapsing infrastructure, incompetence, rampant corruption, a lack of political will lies at the heart of this growing humanitarian and economic disaster. And that is why today the DA chair calls upon the minister and the presidency to convene urgently a national water summit in collaboration with the private sector and industry experts in order to find effective solutions to a looming catastrophe capable of overshadowing the devastation and the havoc of our ongoing energy crisis.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I
Your
thank
time is
you.
up. Thank you. I now recognize the EFF.
House Chair, may I just rise? I understand the sound is off on the platform. Colleagues are unable to hear what is happening.
Okay, EFF, if you may take your seat while we are fixing up the sound system at the virtual platform. If the front table can assist in terms of verifying the information.
House Chair is now.
No, we are fine. We can hear it, Chair.
But we can hear.
is proper.
Thank
Yes,
you
we
very
can
much.
hear.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Yes.
It's not off.
The
Honourable
sound
Member
is clear.
from
The
the
sound is
EFF,
clear.
you may proceed.
Chairperson, the EFF rejects this report. Just as we failed to make provisions for the nation's electricity security more than 2 decades ago, the country is failing to make provisions for the water calamity that is surely to befall the nation in the next few years. The Department of Water and Sanitation has not applied its mind to the kind of future problems the country will face as far as water provision is concerned. And as such, they have no plans for ensuring that our ability to provide water is not as compromised as our ability to make electricity available to everyone. Despite these challenges, the department has underspent by 2.5 billion on the allocation of infrastructure development. This is despite the ongoing failure to complete many projects aimed at water, making water available to our people. The water trading entity is littered with cases of maladministration and no action has been taken. Kuna 4 billion leyi inga huma ku ri i ta nyika vanhu va Giyani mati ka 4 billion leyi a ku na nchumu xi nga endleka Giyani na namuntlha a ku na mati swi lo komba ku ri 4 billion i dyiwini zwa uri vathu va Vhembe va khou tambula nga maḓi zwo vhonala ḓuvha le komiti ya phalamennde ya vha yo dalela Nandoni. Minister, namusi ri songo sedza uri vathu vha no dzula tsini na damu ḽa Nandoni vha khou ambeliwa nga nnyi ri khou humbela uri hu ṱhonifhiwe pfanelo dza vho Baloyi na vhathu vhoṱhe vhane vha fanela u wana maḓi a tshi khou bva damuni ḽa Nandoni. Ana vhathu vha Vhembe vha ḓo tambula nga maḓi u swika lini ngauri vho semela madamu vho semela Nandoni fhedzi maḓi a huna. Sa EFF a ri khou tendelana na muvhigo une a u khou ṋea vhathu vha vhoriṋe maḓi hangeini Vhembe na Giyani. Ndo livhuwa.
Thank you. I now recognize the IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. To say that the Department of Water and Sanitation has disappointed the people of South Africa would be an understatement. The budgets set by the department for its programs have been largely utilized, while only subpar targets for those programs have been achieved. This shows the lack of proper planning and coordination by the department, which used 89% of their expenditure while only achieving 66% of their targets across all programs, as well as the excess use of expenditure in entities such as the Inkomati Usutu Catchment Management Agency, which achieved only 22% of their actual targets. The indifference of the department when it comes to committing to its own plans and serving the people is something to be taken note of. To see entities such as the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority and the Water Research Commission have an increase of 94% and 100% in irregular expenditure, respectively, is appalling and displays the failure of the department to implement better financial management practices that could improve their service delivery mandates. The same department did not even dent their target for the eradication of the bucket sanitation system, which has been an issue for many years. It is therefore shocking and unacceptable that despite the department having so much work to do in providing water and sanitation to countless South African communities, they can still record under expenditure. We cannot continue to accept excuses pertaining to procurement processes, as we know that the department has lagged behind for many years. The report reflects a period between 2015 to 2022 as having a marginal decrease of 4% in infrastructure management backlogs. That is a very long time for communities to wait for the department to get organized and do what they are entrusted to do. The Department of Water and Sanitation has failed to ensure the timeless delivery of adequate and
Thank
safe
you, Honourable
water and
Member. Your
sanitation
time is up.
services.
Honourable Tellez, your time is
We
up. Thank you
accept
very
the
much.
committee's report.
I
Thank you.
now recognize FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, South Africa is a water scarce country. But when there is an abundance of rainfall during a certain season, but still people are without water because of the decay of water bulk infrastructure, it is completely unacceptable and the responsibility of government. If one also goes to towns in, for instance, the Free State Kopanong, and you see dams are full, completely full, 96% full, but towns are without water and have been without water for nearly 3 years. The question is why? Because government owes government money, or there is a complete waste of water due to the decay of infrastructure. But at the core of the problem, it is once again corruption. It is contractors that stole the money, that did not complete bulk infrastructure projects. It's under expenditure, as this report shows, on bulk regional infrastructure grants, which is completely unacceptable whilst we have such a huge problem. And then, Chairperson, there's sewage running through people's homes, and government does nothing about it. Government accepts the fact that sewage is running into our water sources. The Vaal River is being polluted because of what? Because of municipalities that can't do their jobs, because of a shortage of engineers at municipal level. Appoint people who can do the job and address the fact that water boards are not acting in the interest of the people. What is happening with Bloem Water is unacceptable. They are keeping ANC factions ransom and thus keeping the people of the Free State and especially Mangaung ransom. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As we consider this report, the ACDP is keenly aware that South Africa is a water-scarce country. In a paper written by Jeremiah Mutamba of the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, he states, and I quote, "South Africa is one of the water-stressed countries in one of the most water-stressed countries in the world, ranked as the 30th driest country globally. The country is predominantly reliant on surface water, which accounts for 77% of water supplies, with the remaining portion supplied from groundwater and return flows. Notably, a significant portion of the country's surface water resources is imported from neighboring Lesotho, supporting the country's economic nerve center of Gauteng. The caution to manage our water resources wisely cannot be ignored, and hence the ACDP finds it disconcerting that one of the significant findings of the Auditor General relates to the non-attainment of predetermined targets in the annual performance plan and actual achievements, specifically in the areas of maintenance of infrastructure and non-compliance to updating the asset management plan. It has been said that a failure to plan is a plan to fail. This failure is evident in that we still have the bucket system largely in the Free State and Northern Cape. The department is unable to prevent the private sector and municipal entities from dumping contaminants and raw sewage into our streams and rivers. and the department has been unable to implement the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan to address water security in the country in respect of water investment planning, maintenance, and water infrastructure and water quality management. This department's failure to plan and implement is a plan to fail. It is time for change, and the ACDP stands ready to implement change. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the UTM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. People in many parts of the country have been subjected to unbearable water shortages, not to mention the bucket system that has become a characteristic feature in informal settlements around the country. Masibeke ngohlobo sithi urhulumente yonke iminyaka umane sima umongameli ngesona athi mininzi imizi ayifake amanzi angasixelela ukuthi lo manzi awaphumi ezitepini nakubeni itepu zikhona. Sinelali zethu ezifana nomnqaba nayibhirimishi nezinye apho uzawufumanisa ukuthi xa kuyakhona ii-elections amanzi azawuphuma, especially local government elections. After elections abantu basela amanzi neenkomo neegusha neebhokhwe emilanjeni ekhona urhulumente. Okwesibini, one of the issues that the government should invest in our view, are sustainable solutions to address the poor operation and maintenance of water supply, water treatment and reticulation infrastructure, which have resulted in significant water losses over the years. Currently, there are water shortages experienced in large parts of Gauteng and many parts of the rural Eastern Cape, and many parts of the country due to the inefficient supply infrastructure and lack of maintenance thereof. Zeniphinde nithi nina nihleli ninjalo abantu nithi nibakhulule kodwa basazithuma ezitshembeni ezaba ngopota-pota kwiidolophi nakwi-informal settlements around the country. Kuba lo rhulumente akakhange aqiniseke ukuthi banendawo yokuthi enesidima nehloniphekileyo. Nalapha eNtshona Koloni ndidla ngobona kubekwe ijembe ecam kwendlela phaa i-KTC. Simanye abantu bethu bebaleka kuba kunuka, zifuna zilungiswe zonke izinto. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize ATM. Good.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, while the infrastructure that's on every citizen's mind is that of electricity due to Eskom's failure, the far deadlier crisis facing the country is the imminent collapse of our ignored water infrastructure. There's nothing mysterious about this crisis. It has been a prevalent issue since we first emerged into a democracy. This report gives specific credit to the role of the country's commitments, first internally to the National Water and Sanitation Master Plan, and globally through our commitments to the AU and the UN. If we're even to meet these targets, let alone be a leader on the continent, a firm and honest evaluation of our current trajectory needs to be had. This trajectory is spiraling in the wrong direction. The Cape Town water crisis, failing close to 1 million South Africans in the Amatole municipality, the lack of restructuring following the KZN flooding. These are only a few examples, yet they range through time, province, and economic environment. These are not isolated incidents, but rather a collection of cracks in a dam wall appearing one by one. Once the pressure of these cracks reach a breaking point, South Africans will drown in a far deadlier cycle of poverty. This report places an equal amount of blame on climate change and South Africa's water scarcity, a view that supports. Yet the current water crisis facing Gauteng proves that even without climate-induced issues such as low rainfall, the department is still ineffective. Earlier this year, the Vaal Dam area, one of the Gauteng's largest water suppliers, was at full capacity due to the extreme flooding. In November, the entire province has faced restrictions amidst findings of a 40% loss of the nation's potable water being due to leaks. A statistic so high in a country that the department acknowledges is water and rainfall scarce. Good continues to call for urgent government intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Too late. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, Recognizing the fact that South Africa is a water scarce country, I'm sure we didn't need to be rocket scientists to know and understand that if we do not protect and take good care of our infrastructure and maintain it, then of course we're going to sit with a crisis. And that's the crisis we are sitting. The crisis we are sitting with now is a crisis that was created over a long period of time. Not long ago in Iteguini alone, the water loss was about 27.2%. Today it's sitting at 52%, not forgetting the sewage and the water itself that is mixing, even going into the rivers, into the sea, which is even affecting tourism. The quality, and there's two problems we have. One is the availability of adequate supply of water, but the other one is the quality of water, which leaves a lot to be desired. You know, the quality of water in South Africa is deemed to be so below average and deteriorating in comparison to countries such as Nigeria and Zimbabwe, yet South Africa is referred to as a developed country. Now, you know, the problem is that it's been going on for so long, but look at the amount of money, Chairperson, in this country that is underspent when it comes to infrastructure development. This department alone has been underspending, yet you've got a crisis as far as the infrastructure with water and sanitation is concerned. Johannesburg Water is estimated in 2020 already that they will need something like 88 billion rand to replace the infrastructure for the total renewal backlog. And that's what they said they needed. But very little or nothing has been done about it. And I think the time has come for us to invest in infrastructure. Unfortunately, you're going to have to invest in new infrastructure because a lot of our infrastructure is beyond rehabilitation. And that is why when you have...
Honourable Member, your time is up. Thank you very much. I now recognize the AIC. COPE. PAC.
No declaration, Chair, from PAC.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
No declaration, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. The democratic government is committed to the realization of the constitutional right to access clean drinking water and adequate sanitation for our people. We not only proclaim that water is life and sanitation is dignity, the government is working towards expanding access to these important basic services for all South Africans. For the year under review, the Department for Water and Sanitation and its entities have recorded improved audit outcomes. The department's main account, the water trading entity, and the Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority have achieved an unqualified audit opinion with findings for the year under review, while the Water Research Commission continued with a clean audit opinion. These are significant improvements that we as the African National Congress welcome. Honorable Chairperson, the provision of bulk water and sanitation infrastructure is one of the key programs of the department and its entities. However, in the recent past, the work of the department has been hamstrung by vandalism and the so-called construction mafia, who demands contracts without tendering. We call upon law enforcement agencies to act swiftly against these construction mafias. We further welcome the commitment of the department to transform the water sector for equitable access. The department has allocated a percentage of all procurement spending to Black-owned, small, medium, and micro enterprises. Further, the department contributed to job creation by filling more than 800 vacancies in the year under review, which is quite significant for a single department to undertake in a single year. This will contribute to strengthening the capability of the state. As the African National Congress, we supported the budget review and recommendations report for the Department of Water and Sanitation.
Honourable members, I put the motion again to the House. Any objections? EFF?
Thank you. Please note the objection of the EFF.
ACDP?
Please note the objection of the ACDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those objections shall be recorded accordingly. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, now we come to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wishes to give a motion without notice?
Thank you very much, Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing on of the Strategic Fuel Fund Chairperson, Nelisiwe Makubani, on Monday, 31st October 2022, at the age of 56, after a short illness. Remembers that Makubani was well respected and held numerous senior roles in the public and private sectors in a career spanning more than 25 years. Recalls that she began her career at ESCOM after completing a BSc Electrical Engineering at the University of Natal in the early 90s. Further recalls that she serves as a Director General in the Department of Energy for several years. Understands that she established Matleng Energy Solutions, a 70% woman-owned company that provides various energy solutions, and she was a member of the Women in Energy Association. Further understands that she played a leadership role at Orecon, the Association of Municipal Electricity Utilities, the Nuclear Energy Corporation of South Africa, FOSCO, and JSC listed Anglo Gold Ashanti, and conveys its condolences to the family and colleagues in the energy sector. I so move.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections to the motion? Thank you very much. There are no objections. Now I recognize the DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Keaton Stansfield, a 19-year-old student from Benoni, is competing in the Matrix and Antarctica competition. Further notes that the competition gives 5 students from across the Republic a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go on an adventure like no other, to travel to Antarctica to learn more about sustainability, the diverse ecosystem, and conservation. Acknowledges that the 5 students will embark on a 6-day-long, all-inclusive Antarctica trip and will be participating in science experiments and other activities while they are there. Recognizes that it is important that our youth are encouraged to create a greener and more sustainable world, and that the Matrix and Antarctica competition, founded by pioneering explorer Rian Mansur, is an important initiative in this regard. Congratulates Keaton Stansfield on taking action to create a greener and more sustainable world, and wishes him well for the outcome of this competition. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. Motion agreed to. I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that the House notes that Sikon Ngotole was crowned as the World Junior Bantamweight WBO champion on the 30th of October 2022 after putting in a fine performance to win on a 12-round unanimous points decision over previously beaten Filipino Denmark Abesia Kibido. Further notes the role played by the promoter Sfiso Shongwe, who has made strides in advancing the careers of some African fighters since entering the boxing scene. Acknowledges that Ngotile himself has been actively involved in the development of boxing and has recently been a trainer to Casper Nyovens, who has been trying to revive boxing through celebrity boxing events in the country. Further acknowledges that South Africa has immense boxing talent which needs to be nurtured for it to blossom. Congratulates Sikon Ngotole for his amazing achievement and wish him well for the future. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that the Blackpool South African team traveled 7,000 to attend the Blackpool World Championship from October 8 to the 15 in Tangier, Morocco. 2 further notes that they competed in 7 categories and brought home 32 medals, 11 gold, 13 silver, and 8 bronze. 3 understands that Black South Africa is the recognized body for the sports of black ball in South Africa and a member of the IOC via a continental membership, the All Africa Pool Association and the world body, Black International. 4 further understand that under countries that participated were Morocco, England, Australia, Spain, Ireland, Zambia, Tunisia, and USA. And 5th, congratulate the Black Ball South African team and hopes that Black Ball will get better recognition now and prove that Black Ball South Africa can send their players to world events and bring back more gold medals to South Africa. I so move, Chair.
Thank
Thanks.
you, Honorable Member. I put the motion before the House. Any objections to the motion? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Now I recognize the IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I move that the House congratulates Dr. Nonkululeko Dladla, who is the first Black South African woman to graduate with a PhD in marine geology from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Notes that Dr. Dladla is a developmental lecturer in geological sciences at UKZN and focused the studies on the stratigraphy and geological evolution of 3 coastal water bodies along the northeastern KwaZulu-Natal coastlines. Acknowledges that this is no small feat and that the University of KwaZulu-Natal is the only institution in Africa that specializes in marine geology. Further acknowledges that she has published several articles emanating from her studies in the foremost international peer-reviewed journals, and her PhD was awarded with no corrections to her thesis. Encourages South Africans, especially the young, to always strive for academic excellence and to grab every opportunity awarded to them in order to better themselves and the world around them. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. I now recognize FF Plus. Honorable members, we shall proceed. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Oh, we are now resurfaced. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me, Honorable Chair?
Loud and clear, you may proceed, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the FF Plus that this House notes that regardless of the most challenging years the South African wine industry ever experienced after the COVID-19 pandemic, and in spite of initial restrictions prohibiting the export of wine and restrictions of the sale of alcohol products in the wine industry, has risen to new heights and achievements not only in South Africa but also internationally. Further notes that while still faced with a myriad of challenges due to the legacy of the COVID-19 pandemic, total volume exports of wine increased between 21 and 22 of 22% to 388 million liters, with export value increasing by 12% to 10.2 billion rand. This figure is most positive when compared to 2018's exports volume, where a total volume of 420 million liters fetched only 9.1 billion rand. Also notes that the locally produced Van Ryn's 20-year-old pot still brandy was awarded World's Best Wine Brandy at the 2022 World Brandy Awards in Stellenbosch. Producer David Finlayson Wine's 2019 Cabernet Sauvignon was announced the world's best Cabernet at the annual Concours International for Cabernets in France, reaffirming the international status of South African Cabernet Sauvignon. Acknowledges that the town of Franschhoek in the Western Cape has made Time Magazine's prestigious list of the world's greatest places for 2022.
Thank you, honorable member.
I so move,
I
Chair.
put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice, congratulates the inauguration of the newly elected Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Samuel Tsokane Matekane in Maseru, on Friday, 28th of October 2022. Notes that Matekane was elected following elections that took place in Lesotho in early October 2022, where he won 56 of the 79 constituencies. Recalls that the Kingdom of Lesotho provided shelter and support to South African liberation movement in the fight against apartheid, recognizes that the relations between the two countries are based on shared language, history, and culture, understand that the Kingdom of Lesotho had undergone a difficult path towards the restoration of peace, security, and stability over the past 8 years, commends the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho for their determination to forge a stable and peaceful country, welcomes the commitment of the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho to give prioritization to the issue of justice and reconciliation, and wishes the Prime Minister.
Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, please mute yourself. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honorable Swart.
Commends the people of the Kingdom of Lesotho for their determination to forge a stable and peaceful country, welcomes the commitment of the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho to give prioritization to the issue of justice and reconciliation, and wishes Prime Minister Samuel Tsokane Matekane much success in his new position of responsibility.
Thank you very much.
I so move.
I put the motion before the House. No objections, the motion is agreed to. I now recognize the ACDP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I move without notice that the House congratulates Lydia Monyapayo on her appointment as Chief Operating Officer of the South African Football Association after serving many years in the TICS Sport Administration as a senior leader, noting that the former Banyana player turned corporate star has an excellent platform to make an impactful change in moving the women's game to the next level. Wishes Mrs. Monyapayo well in her future endeavors. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections, the motion is agreed to. I now recognize the ATM. DA.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that gender-based violence continues to plague our society, leaving a trail of victims and survivors, many of whom have never and will never receive justice. Further notes that civil society activists play a critically important role in ensuring that GBV cases are monitored and that families of victims and the survivors of GBV have access to justice through their relentless passion and dedication to their cause. Acknowledges the hard work done by Ms. Des Goodwin of Nelson Mandela Bay in the case of 5-year-old Chantel Mokoena, who was brutally raped and murdered and whose killer was released on bail due to delays in the processing of DNA evidence. Recognizes that due to the relentless pursuit of this case by Des Goodwin, we were able to expedite the DNA analysis so that her killer could be rearrested, now awaits sentencing. Conveys its thanks to Des Goodwin and all other activists who, for little to no recognition or remuneration, continue to fight for justice on behalf of some of the most vulnerable people in our country. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections, the motion is agreed to. I recognize the EFF.
I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters for the House to note that although it is almost 3 decades into democracy, the indigenous and traditional spiritual beliefs of our people are still under heavy suppression. Notes that there are still areas in South Africa that are considered holy spiritual places and energy centers, but our people are unable to access. That areas such as Motuleng Caves in Free State have been closed off by racist whites, such that our people must park kilometers away and walk for hours to access sacred places of our forefathers as youth. Places like Fundudzi in Limpopo, valleys of Emakosini in KZN, among them being the homestead of Shaka's grandfather, Jama, calls for the same investment made in protecting statues and all symbols of colonialism that are displayed in our country and heavily protected and maintained using taxpayers' money to be made in identifying and protecting these sacred places. Further calls for urgent legislation to be made, which will decree protection and preservation of what South African spirituals believes to be energy centers in and around South Africa, and not allow these sacred places to be destroyed and sold to rich people who do not respect our cultures. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, a courtesy reminder to all political parties that do ensure that your motions are circulated to all political parties and they are submitted accordingly. So this motion is not going to be put before the House. It falls off. Thank you very much. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House notes that President Cyril Ramaphosa has appointed Mr. Imtiaz Fazel as an Inspector General of Intelligence following his approval by the National Assembly for a tenure of 5 years from Tuesday, the 1st November 2022. Further, that Mr. Fazel is a former Chief Operations Officer at the level of Deputy Director General in the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence and a former Deputy Director General in the Office of the Director General of the State Security Agency. Understands that from 2015 to 2020, he served as Deputy Director General for Governance, Risk and Compliance in the Department of Public Works, following which he served as Acting Director General in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Further understands that he obtained a master's degree in Security Studies from the University of Pretoria, holds a Bachelor of Accounting Science degree from University of South Africa, and also holds a postgraduate diploma in accounting from University of Western Cape, and is a member of the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, and wishes him well in his new position and believes that his appointment is a good step towards efforts to strengthen the capability of the state, particularly the intelligence sector. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. I recognize the good.
Aye, you dear me to
Honorable, I will behave as if I didn't hear anything. We will proceed, honorable members. I recognize the NFP. Order, honorable members and
Thank you, House Chair.
Present.
On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this House notes the blatant religious profiling which took place against a Muslim woman wearing a headscarf at OR Tambo International Airport on the 31st of October 2022. Also notes that this woman had not set off any alarms at any security checkpoint, yet was subjected to a very full physical body search. While we acknowledge that the Aviation Security Standard Operating Procedures mandates that all passengers wearing headgear be subjected to a search, which includes either patting the headgear or removing it in an enclosed room. The incident in question, however, exceeded the mandated procedures from that there was no clear warrant for it. Further note that subjecting this woman to a full physical body search exceeds the mandated procedures. Also note that there have been nearly 300 reported cases where Muslim women wearing religious headgear have been unfairly targeted based on their religion and attire without a clear security violation to back up what is evidently religious profiling. This is unacceptable and reeks of discrimination against the Muslim faith. Also note that based on anecdotal evidence, it appears that Muslim women with headscarves are disproportionately targeted, and that these so-called random searches conducted at airports across the country are actually targeted and part of their policy. Wherefore, we call upon this Honorable House to ensure that an immediate investigation is conducted into Airports Company South Africa's security policy and an evaluation as to whether it is in line with the South African Constitution. Further calls on Airports Company South Africa to explain to the people of South Africa if indeed it is their policy to isolate one religious group and target them. I so move.
Honorable member. Thank you so much. I put the motion before the House. Any objections to the motion to be agreed to? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Now I recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that the World Science Day for Peace and Development is annually held on the 10th of November to raise awareness of the benefits of science worldwide. Further notes that the theme for the World Science Day for Peace and Development this year is Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development, acknowledges that the application for basic sciences are vital for advances in medicine industry, agriculture, water resources, energy planning, environment, communications, and culture. Further acknowledges that we need more basic science to achieve the 2030 agenda and its 17 sustainable development goals, and calls on all relevant institutions to publicly affirm their commitment to increase support for the sciences initiatives that help society, as well as launch new sciences policies programs together with scientific institutions, civil society, universities, and schools. I so move. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. AIC? COPE? ANC?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House welcomes the newly reconstituted National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders in Pretoria on Monday, the 31st October 2022, and notes that Kgosi Thabo Milton Siyakhule was elected as the new chairperson, and Kgosi Langamavuso as the deputy chairperson, respectively. Understands that the reconstitution of the National House conducted in terms of the Traditional and Khoisan Leaders Act 2019, Act number 3 of 2019, follows the provincial reconstitution of provincial houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders. Further understands that the reconstitution of the 6th House was presided over by the Deputy Judge President of Gauteng, Judge A.P. Lidwaba. We urge the new leadership to ensure that the House continues to promote the role of traditional and Khoisan leadership within a democratic constitutional dispensation, contributes to nation building, the preservation of the moral fiber, and the regeneration of society. And we congratulate the new chairperson, Kgosi Thabo.
Your time has lapsed. Thank
I
you
so
very
move.
much. I put the motion before the House. Any objections to the motion? No objections. The motion is agreed to. DA?
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that the star South African runner, Ms. Gerda Steyn, finished 11th place with a time of 2 hours, 30 minutes and 22 seconds in the New York Marathon on 6 November 2022. Further notes that Ms. Steyn described this year's rendition of the marathon as the hardest race ever, as runners had to compete with testing conditions, including the hot weather. Recalls that Ms. Steyn also finished in the 11th place in the New York Marathon in 2019, acknowledges that Ms. Steyn decided to skip this year's Comrades Marathon to prepare for the New York Marathon, and that her last major distance race was the Two Oceans Marathon in April 2022, and congratulates Ms. Steyn on this major achievement and wishes her well in her preparations for future races. I so move.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. I recognize PAC. Al-Jamaa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Al-Jamaa Party moves without notice that the House notes the sudden death of Dr. Akil Token, a founding member of the Islamic Medical Association of South Africa. Acknowledges that he was known as a respected philanthropist, a community leader, and a compassionate medical doctor. I move that the House sends condolences to the Token family and the Islamic Medical Association of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. I now recognize the ANC.
The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that on the 14th November each year, World Diabetes Day aims to increase awareness of the effects of diabetes and the complication caused by the disease. Further notes that the first World Health Organization global report on diabetes demonstrates that the number of adults living with diabetes has almost quadrupled since 1980 to 422 million adults. Understands that this dramatic rise is largely due to the rise in type 2 diabetes and factors driving it include overweight and obesity. Further understands that the theme for World Diabetes Day 2021 to 2023 is access to diabetes care. Acknowledges that 100 years after the discovery of insulin, millions of people with diabetes around the world cannot access the care they need. Further acknowledges
Thank you
that
very much. Your time has lapsed.
I so move. Thank you.
I put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. UDM.
One by in alphabetical order now, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House congratulates Edendale Technical High School girls team for winning the CAF African Schools Championship in Lilongwe, Malawi on the 30th of October, 2022. Acknowledges that the Edendale Technical High School team won the girls under 15 competition after they finished top of the round robin league. Further acknowledges that this gold medalist also won the best school team last month at the KwaZulu-Natal Sports Awards, calls on government to provide more resources to support and in promotion of sports in schools in South Africa, wishes them all the best, and as well as their teachers and coaches rather, for their future endeavors. Thank you. I so move.
Thank you. I now put the motion before the House. Any objections? No objections. The motion is agreed to. Honorable members, it brings us to the last order of the day. Is the motions, is the notices of motions. 50 honorable, I don't want to say 50 plus 1, but I will say please be in order. Last item of the order of the day, notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wishes to give a notice of motion, ANC?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debate the importance of confronting challenges of race, gender, and slow economic growth, which results in many excluded from the economy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now recognize the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the urgent need for a whole of society approach to safeguard our vulnerable children against the escalating levels of neglect, abuse, kidnapping, exploitation, rape, and murder in an increasingly violent South Africa. I so move.
Thank you. I recognize the EFF.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters, move without notice that in its next sitting, the House must debate the poor operation and maintenance of mining infrastructure, which results in the collapse of dams like currently now in Rustenburg under Sibanye waters, which has negatively affected the communities of Mfidikwe, Pardekral, Sunrise Park, Popomolefe, and Wituko. I so move.
Thank you. I recognize the ANC. ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debate the issue of child care facilities at both public and private sector workplaces. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I recognize the IFP.
Thank you, House Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the rise in the use of police uniforms, weapons, as well as branded vehicles in the commission of crimes in some parts of the country. I so move.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair.
I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of the House, I shall move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus that the House debates what can be done to improve livestock identification and traceability and what mechanisms should be put in place to combat the ongoing outbreaks of foot and mouth disease within the country, taking into account that the World Organization on Animal Health have already withdrawn South Africa's FMD-free status, considering also the fact that according to Comtrade, South Africa's exports of meat and edible meat offal was worth $305.4 million during 2021. I so move.
Thank you. ANC?
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate improving access to sexual and reproductive health services and family planning for the youth, including the implementation of a school's health program. I so move.
Thank you. I now recognize the ACDP.
On behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party, I give notice that I shall move at the next sitting of the House that the House debates the importance of the recognition of the constitutional rights of parents as the primary caregivers and custodians of their children and not the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Now recognize the UDM.
Thank you, House Chair. Move that at its next sitting, the House debates ways to curb vandalism and cable theft at various ESCOM sites as a way to mitigate load shedding and its impact on the South African economy. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the ATM. ATM. Okay, I now recognize the DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting, this House debates the steady shift of economic activity, including export and import, to the Saldanha Bay Harbor as the biggest natural and deepest harbor in the region.
Honorable Qina, you will be ejected. I now recognize the EFF. EFF. We shall proceed, Honorable
Thank you.
members.
Sorry, Chair. It's me, Tafeni, on virtual platform, Chair. Chairperson.
I'm waiting to hear what you're saying,
Oh,
Honorable member, because I was going to ask another member now.
Chairperson, as EFF, we send notice of motion in the Department of Human Settlement. As EFF, we plead this House to pay attention or debate about the unfinished houses by the Department of Human Settlement with all provinces, more especially in the Western Cape province, that the government have the project started in 2018, the name of the civil construction that was busy with the building of houses was Martin and East, but they didn't finish project. So TSSN construction took over again and built 195 houses that was also unfinished. Third company took over again to assist TSSN with the continuation of building the houses, and they are still
Thank
in
you,
the
Honorable
process.
Member. Your time is up.
At 192.
Thank you very much.
I saw
Thank you,
thank
thank you very much, Honorable Member. And now I recognize the ANC. ANC.
I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debate addressing the increase of kidnappings involving foreign nationals in the Western Cape and in the Eastern Cape. I so move.
Thank you. I now recognize the Good. Good.
We have no motion.
Thank you very much. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move that at its next sitting, this House deliberates on the death penalty for serious and violent crimes, including murder, rape, and armed robbery. I so move.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debate addressing challenges facing the disability in society.
Thank you. I recognize the AIC. Cope. ANC.
Thanks, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting debate determining progress in ensuring that there is a respect for different cultural practices and respect of each other's culture. I think.
Thank you. I now recognize the DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, the House debates the importance of biosecurity measures in agriculture and reasons behind the several uncontrollable outbreaks of pests and animal diseases resulting in farmers losing billions of rands. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the PAC.
And the number, Chairman.
Engosi. Ajama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day, the House debates how to amend the non-compliant code of good practice to comply with the International ILO Convention for Equal Pay for Work of Equal Value. The ILO's assessment determines that Africa's equality legislations fails to address pay parity. I so move.
Thank you. I now recognize the ANC. ANC.
Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting debate assessing the challenges with regards to the availability of land for decent housing and also challenges with the establishment of residential areas in well-located land closer to development and places of work. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, that concludes notices of motion and the business of the day. The House is adjourned.